Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. Hello, Laura. How are you doing? So today we're having a book club live stream, of course. Um, it's about this book, How Minds Change, that I finished like I think mid-August, or no, I don't remember exactly. Like sometime in August, because I read it super fast. Because I thought it was a very important thing that I would be reading that before continuing outreach. Because it felt wrong to continue with knowing what I was doing it, that I didn't really know what I was doing in the terms of like the studies in this book. So yeah, after that, I spent a few weeks experimenting with what they talk about in the book. We're gonna get to it. So we're going to be basically talking about my notes that I took, and I would love to hear your thoughts while I'm going through them and explaining what I understood and what I took away from the book and the important points. There's a lot of important points in the book, so I try to be concise, but it's kind of impossible. Hello, Martin. Um, so yes. Also, if you want to make sure that I read what you wrote and answer a question at any time during the live, please know that there's the super chats available. Otherwise, there will also be a Q&A at the end after we talk with Debug Your Brain about what he's learned, because he's also been experimenting with deep canvassing. And yeah, so we'll talk about that after this these notes. Let me make sure I wrote down the Q&A portion. I have a document, that's why. Just to make sure we don't forget to go through your questions at the end. Okay, awesome. So I want to say a few things before we begin. Hello, animals are here with us, not for us. Um, so I took notes. I chose to take notes on things that were either new to me or I thought were important. There's plenty of things I left out, obviously, because it's just like a book. I can't really go through the whole thing in several hours, and I will try to keep this live as concise as possible. But it will be a very long one, as all book club lives are, for good reason. But so yeah, sometimes it will be things from the book, and sometimes it will be my own thoughts. I try to write down when it's my own thoughts, just to make sure I'm not like making it seem like this said that. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. Also, another thing. Just know that this book is a lot about empathy. But we have to understand that this is like, especially in our movement, it isn't to in order to cater to non-vegans. It's not because like our goal is to be friends with them or to make them feel better. No, not at all. Of course, if shouting at people to go vegan was the thing that worked the best, I would totally do that. I don't care as long as it works. So really, like, it's, I think we all know that, but I think it's important because it's a very fair point to bring up, right? Are you just like catering to them and stuff? And really, it's about like the difference between, are you justified to defective? Because we but science is ever evolving, of course, and take everything with a grain of salt, because these are things about other movements that have worked for other movements, like the LGBTQ movement, or other social movements. It doesn't mean that it always applies to the animal rights movement, of course, because we aren't the victims advocating for ourselves. We are the people who used to victimize them advocating for the victims. So it's going to always be quite a different and unique movement, and we have to keep that in mind, of course. But I do think there's a lot of things we can um, extrapolate, let's say, or we can take from these other movements, because if it's true for them, it probably is true in some regards for us. But yes, of course, keep in mind, take it with a grain of salt, of course, because it's not about the vegan movement. So hopefully we get studies one day about the efficiency of certain forms of vegan activism that would be the best for us, but whatever. We don't have that yet. So um and it might change in the future. Of course, we don't know what we don't know yet, but we can only work with what we have. So that's what I'm trying to do here. um yeah, I won't be talking about the actual studies, like the how they did the studies in the book, because he talks about that a lot in the book, like how they did the study, what were the results, why they did the study, like if they were replicated, things like that. Just I recommend reading the book if you want to learn about that. Um, yeah. Okay. And also, there are links that I want to share at the end that are helpful. It's like the creator of Deep Canvassing's TED Talk about deep canvassing, and I thought it was helpful. Let me put it here. Yeah. Okay. So I will send it. I will send it in the chat when we're done with the notes of the book, and then there's also I will share my work in progress document. Keep in mind it's always changing, but I made a document for my own outreach, like a template that I use for outreach, and that I have modified a lot in the last weeks. Hello, Marcelo. Hello, Elliot. Thanks for being here, everybody. So yeah, awesome. Let's begin. Okay, so when I first opened the book, I got chills because I was like, "Ooh, this is going to be super, super like a powerful, important book." And I think it's still, I still think it is powerful and important, but I was a bit underwhelmed because I already knew about a bunch of the things in the book. I just didn't know about the studies in particular that support these theories, let's say, like these um, ideas on how to do outreach. So that was very helpful. Um, but yeah, so all right, I wanted to read something. There is this sentence on the cover of the book: the ability, quote, the ability to uncover our own motives and beliefs and understand those of others may be the greatest persuasion tool of all. So yeah, so this book is from, I didn't write it down. I think it's from 2021. It's very recent or something. Oh, it's 20. Hold on. Can't believe I didn't write that. Um, 2022. Yeah, okay. So in 2022, it was written by a science journalist who wrote 2 books on cognitive biases and logical fallacies, and also hosted a podcast for years about these topics. He said he had become pessimistic about there being a point to try to change people's minds. In 2012, so like then we get right into um, deep canvassing, like straight away. So in 2012, most of the country of the USA was opposed to same-sex marriage. The next year, most supported it. So basically, cognitive scientist Hugo Mercier, an expert on human reasoning and argumentation, says that we evolved, like quote, we evolved to reach consensus by banging our heads together. Groups that did a better job of reaching consensus by both producing and evaluating arguments were better at reaching communal goals and outsurvived those that didn't. That led to the innate psychology that compels us to persuade others to see things our way when we believe our groups are misguided. End quote. He also said that if we couldn't change our minds or the minds of others, there would be no point in arguing in the first place. So that's something that's really good to keep in mind. Like, um, the people change their minds sometimes, like it is a thing. But we'll get into like the amount of people that usually change their minds, whatever. The fact that we so often disagree isn't a bug, but a feature. So yeah, like a lot of our psychology, you know, they talk about like how we feel like our psychology is a little bit random when we don't understand it, of course. But everything we do and every like the way we function as organisms is always very much a result of our evolution. It's usually a very good reason why we still have these behaviors and ways of being for ourselves. Of course, it's not necessarily something that's good for others in terms of other species, especially, or other human groups. It might be good for our group, but not necessarily for their group, things like that. So even yeah, we'll get into that. So there's a pattern in the history of social change. There are short periods of rapid change and long stretches of time when little change happens. So people often feel like it changes very smoothly throughout time, and it's just little at a time, little at a time, little at a time. But really, apparently, it's kind of the opposite. Like there's always people fighting for one social movement, or like there might be more people fighting for that social movement, but it's not because you are doing something that's necessarily going to happen because you're doing it. It really is all about the circumstances of the society you're in, and other factors from other movements, and other if it's if it's like it's about whether the circumstances also are conducive to change, that often there is rapid change. But of course it doesn't mean that it's futile, and that it does like what you do doesn't matter, whatever. It's just like you never know when the rapid change is going to happen, but you have to keep working for it to happen, of course. But it's normal. Thank you so much for the super sticker, Sprinkle. If you have anything you'd like to say or a question, feel free to ask, um, or say it. Very much appreciate it. So, so this book is really about how minds change within one generation, in less than a decade, or even one conversation, not like 100 years. It's not about slow change, or the slow change of a society. It's really on an individual level. Certainty is a feeling, the author says, that more like hunger than logic. Persuasion is the force that affects that feeling. It's very yeah, like just remember when before you were vegan, you probably had a time in your life where you were sure that you were right about being non-vegan. And it's not necessarily because you were, of course, it's just because they're yeah, it's like an emotion, basically. Not an emotion, but a feeling, yeah. So persuasion, as defined by Daniel O'Keefe, a professor of communication. It's a quote. Okay. So he defines it as, quote, a successful intentional effort at influencing another's mental state through communication in a circumstance in which the persuadee has some measure of freedom, end quote. So they talk about that in opposition to coercion. There's another quote I'd like to. Okay. Quote, persuasion is not coercion, and it is also not an attempt to defeat your intellectual opponent with facts or moral superiority, nor is it a debate with a winner or a loser. Persuasion is leading a person along in stages, helping them to better understand their own thinking and how it could align with the message at hand. Oh, yeah. You can't persuade another person to change their mind if that person doesn't want to do so. And as you will see, the techniques that work best focus on a person's motivations more than their conclusions. Conclusions, oh my god, sorry. We will learn that in many ways. Persuasion is mostly encouraging people to realize change is possible. All persuasion is self persuasion. People change or refuse based on their own desires, motivations, and internal counter arguing. And by focusing on these factors, an argument becomes more likely to change minds. As, As psychologist Joel Wallen once put it, you can't move a string by pushing it, you have to pull it, end quote. So yeah, we'll talk about that. um, Again, keep in mind, if I could force someone to change their mind and coerce them into not abusing other, but of course it's not like I care about it being ethical or something like that. Like I genuinely don't care, because if you're infringing on someone else's freedom, you just have if you can be forced, like it's completely justified, but it's just that we can't really do it without it. Like if we were trying to force physically change, I don't think it won't work at this stage, especially. Or that, yeah, I think it would just backfire on the movement anyways. But how would we do that anyways in our numbers? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about like in terms of effectiveness. And of course we're gonna be talking as well about how would you do that? How do you bring the vegan message, hold them accountable while using their own motivations and stuff like that? Because if, like, they say, like, oh, I care about sustainability, I think it's a good idea to say, well, living an animal free life, basically not using them, is the best thing, one of the very best thing an individual can do for the environment. But of course, bringing it back to the fact that the animal rights movement and the vegan movement is the only social justice movement for non-human animals exploited by humans, and that it shouldn't be, because, like, making it clear to them as well that, like, it's not about anything else than that. So I think you can do both, and I think that's probably where we should go. Like, just explaining that, yeah, that's not vegan what veganism is about, but that's a nice benefit for everyone, I guess, like, from having a vegan society. Um, Hello, everybody. Let me know if you have read the book. I would love to know who has read the book. Of course, it doesn't matter if you haven't. It's totally fine. It's like the whole point of these are also to bring you a very rich summary of the book so that you can have highlights. Hello, Tofu Dog and Agne. I don't know if I said that right. I'm sorry if I didn't. Okay. Yes. Okay, so something that's very interesting. Apparently, it is important to share your intentions up front. It increases your chances of success. Otherwise, people will assume your intentions. If they think your position is that they are stupid or deluded, they will resist, etc. They will resist, and the facts will now be irrelevant. So that's very interesting. I don't do that actually in my outreach. I should probably highlight that. Uh, it's very interesting because I used to do the opposite. I used to do like very recently reverse psychology kind of thing where they didn't know my intentions until almost the end, like midpoint through the conversation, for good reason, because people lose their mind usually when you bring up veganism. So, and it tended to work pretty well, but apparently it might have been like better if I was not doing it like that. I don't do it like that anymore. um but I should probably, like, like, we could begin like because I say often, I'm interested to know what you and other people think about veganism, and that is upfront, I guess. But you could maybe say like at some point in the beginning, like, I don't know, maybe that's enough. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Because if you say you're trying to convince someone, they might try not to be convinced even more. It might be even worse. Um, yeah, Tofu Dog, you're reading it. Awesome. I thought the intention part was very interesting too. Yeah. Uh, okay, another quote. Quote, debates have winners and losers, and no one wants to be a loser. But if both sides feel safe to explore their reasoning, to think about their own thinking, to explore their motivations, We can each avoid the dead end goal of winning an argument. Instead, we can pursue the shared goal of learning the truth and go. Yep. Yeah, it can be tricky because in outreach, when you film yourself, of course, it's gonna be even harder to make them feel safe enough to be honest about exploring it, and like it can be tricky. But I have thought a bunch about that, and I even considered maybe it's not worth it to film it because like you know. But then I thought I chatted actually with Justin from Debug Your Brain as well about it, and he said, like, well, the impact from the videos is also something that is very important and powerful. So, like, yeah, so maybe it is worth it being an added barrier in outreach. So I think it's actually totally worth it now. But it's good to think about it though. So through the 2010s, terms like alternative facts rose to the top of public consciousness. Um, while writing this book, the author changed his mind about whether it is possible to change each other's minds, which is funny, right? It's like it's meta, but like yeah, when he talks about terms like alternative facts rose to the top of public consciousness, 2010s, he's talking kind of like yeah, I think he calls it like something like the collapse of trusting authority when it comes to truth or something like that. Like everything was true and everything was false at the same time. You cannot decide what's true or not based on what you want. And which is interesting because it's just human psychology that's like that. But it seemed like it was in the time in this time 2010s, being of 2010s or something. It was starting to be a different culture about that. I don't know, whatever. So when we talked about like we referred to 2012 like people being in America mostly against same-sex marriage, and then the next year mostly for same-sex marriage. This was actually apparently because of deep canvassing. um so deep canvassing is um yeah, so using this technique, deep canvassing can get a person to change a long held position slash belief, especially about a contentious social issue, in less than 20 minutes. This method was seen as a breakthrough in the academic and political circles, as uh, when it was used to convince people for supporting same-sex marriage, it had incredible success. So they talk about how facts don't work. According to the psychology of persuasion, the only way they are going to change their mind is by changing their own mind, which we kind of already knew, right? With the Socratic method, that's kind of what we're trying to do as well. Um, Hello, Ziva. Thanks for being here. Um, Hold on. Another quote about this. I tried to minimize quoting the book because I don't want to like take his work and use it without like enough commentary, but sometimes I have to quote directly from the book because I can't really rephrase it better. So, quote, so this is from another guy than the oh yes, Steve Deline. I don't remember who that is though, but that's who said that. Quote, by talking themselves through their own thinking, by processing things they've never thought about before, things from their own life that are going to help them see things differently. End quote. So that's basically how people change their own mind. Is like their personal experiences are usually like how they hold a belief. That's how they came to that belief, either through their own like social group, like whatever, and that's how you base your beliefs and your view of the world on. It's your personal experiences. Um, and so sharing that in outreach yourself and having the other person do that is one, like, these are key elements of deep canvassing, and they were found to be very, like, one of the things that make persuasion happen. Quote, um let me find it real quick. Quote, to spend as little time as possible talking about yourself, just enough to show that you are friendly, that you aren't selling anything, show you are genuinely interested in what they have to say. That, he said, keeps them from assuming a defensive position. You should share your story, he said, pointing to the portion of the cake that sat on the. Oh, yeah, yeah. Um, there was a metaphor that I don't really want to. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's their story that should take up most of the conversation. You want them to think about their own thinking. End quote. People make their minds based on their personal experiences and emotions. You're helping them unpack their life experiences surrounding the issue and discover how they shape their opinions. So what I do, I'll obviously share the document just for like food for thought, because I'm not finished experimenting with it, but I'm getting there. I'm never going to stop like trying to make it better, but it's getting good enough, I think, to share. So I what I do is I mean, when I remember, of course, because I'm still practicing this method, but I try to ask them, have you always felt this way about this issue? Because that's part of the questions they tell you to do. How did you what led you to hold these current thoughts on this issue? That's also one of the questions they tell you to ask. And when it comes to veganism specifically, I ask them, I mean, it surrounds veganism really. I ask them, have you ever had a connection to another animal, a strong connection to another animal? Just kind of like linking them to them being individuals, like making them remember these times in their lives where, and experiences where they have witnessed the individuality of other animals, and their needs, their wants, their personalities, all of that. And also after that, I also asked them, have you ever felt overpowered or taken advantage of in your life? And that way they don't have to tell you about it. Usually they won't necessarily go there, which is fine. I don't know if that's actually important or not that they tell you, but probably not, I'm guessing. I don't really know. That they, maybe I should press them to talk about something they're comfortable about, but I don't know. So that they can link, obviously, what we're talking about to what they have gone through that is basically very similar to what other animals go through in terms of subjugation. So, and being victimized. Um, I'm trying to look to remember where. Okay, cool. Quote, once people see where their ideas come from, they become aware that they come from somewhere. They can then ask themselves if they've learned anything new in the time since they last considered them. Maybe those ideas need updating in some way. Deep canvassing is about gaining access to that emotional space, Steve explained, to help them unload some baggage, because that's where mind change happens. It's in his experiences, not ours, Steve said. The path is helping him uh, talk through them, whether they seem relevant. Then saying, okay, what conclusions have you drawn based on those experiences? Yeah, I should definitely actually use that. Let me write this down. What conclusions? Because I don't do that. Let's see. So we're basically trying to force introspection or to guide introspection. So I'm continuing the quote. The lab, which is like the organization, like the group that invented deep canvassing, noticed this route to persuasion was superior when, on 3 separate occasions, after the canvasser had hardly said a word, voters changed their minds about same-sex marriage on their own. Each time the canvasser had come out, shared how the vote affected them personally, and then let people argue themselves out of their own position. And it's interesting because later in the book they go back to that, and they found, like, because like there have been there's been a study on this group and how they do deep canvassing, and they found that, like, apparently it doesn't have to be your own individual experience of like being affected by the issue. Apparently it can be anyone's, um, and that will work, like that will be powerful, which is very good news for us, obviously, because we're not the victims here. But I'm kind of like, the way I give the personal experience for the victims in outreach is showing footage. Maybe there's a better way of doing that. I don't know. We'll probably ask Debug your brain about that. Hold on. I don't want to forget about this. I will add it to my list of things I want to talk with him about it. About. Um, and so I do that in the very beginning because that's when people are not going to say no that much to me. Because if I put, I used to insert like the footage. Yeah, I would ask people after they gave me their reasons for feeling the way they do about veganism. I would ask them if I could show them the footage, and they would almost always say no. So I actually asked Justin about this, because I know he uses footage very much like me, like a short video in his outreach. And he said that he does that in the beginning. And I do that now, and it worked when I did it. So hopefully that is the way to lower the defenses and stuff. Okay, another quote. It's gonna be a bunch of quotes as well, but you know. Um, quote, they had learned over many conversations that reasons, justifications, and explanations for maintaining one's existing opinion can be endless. We know that. Spawning like heads of a hydra. If you cut away one, two more would appear to take its place. Deep canvases want to avoid that unwinnable fight. To do that, they allow a person's justifications to remain unchallenged. They nod and listen. The idea is to move forward, make the person feel heard and respected, avoid arguing over a person's conclusions, and instead work to discover the motivations behind them. To that end, the next step is to evoke a person's emotional response to the issue, end quote. So this is where I start to have like real concerns about it. I don't think that's okay to do, because I understand this. Obviously we do. We have to do this all the time when it comes to the vegan thing. But I still think that, like, if you don't challenge, like if you don't like give some sort of response to their objection, they will interpret that as like, well, they don't have a response, they don't have like an actual answer to this, so I must be right. So I don't think that would be okay for us to do. Even if I get it, like the more you do that, the more you're likely to just run in circles. I get it, but there's a way of avoiding that as much as possible. You can you can have a bridge, because they talk about the lady as well. Like you understand their concern, you understand like this objection in some way. You make them feel like it's, I'm not making fun of you for bringing that concern or whatever, and I understand whatever. And then you can hide the you can like basically there's two different ways you can hide the answer to the objection or the data through your own personal experience. For example, saying like, I actually something, I discovered something really empowering when I became vegan and I looked into that stuff. It's that blah blah blah, health or environment, whatever, to answer the concern. But like and then after that, asking a question uh, to kind of reinforce that, kind of like normal outreach, honestly. Um, so yeah, I don't want to do that because it seems like it would backfire on us. To be honest, I don't know what you guys think about it. Yeah. Okay. Quote, after a twinge of unresolved introspection, people become highly motivated to sort out their feelings. They will then produce a new set of justifications, weaker perhaps than before. That encourages a conversation. Instead of arguing, the canvasser listens, helping the voter untangle their thoughts by asking questions and reflecting back their answers to make certain they are hearing them correctly. If people feel heard, they further articulate their opinions and often begin to question them. It's like we are solving a mystery together, Steve would later tell me. As people explain themselves, they begin to produce fresh insights into why they feel one way or another. This indicates they've engaged in active processing. Instead of defending, they begin contemplating, and once a person is contemplating, they often produce their own counter arguments, and a newfound ambivalence washes over them. If enough counter arguments stack up, the balance may tip in favor of change. End quote. I have that. I have had this experience. One of my first deep canvassing conversations, like the guy was literally just going off and debunking his own stuff. It was very interesting to watch. And his girlfriend was filming us because they didn't want me to film. And she was laughing because he would as well, because like he was like he was just bringing his own counter arguments because I wasn't interrupting him. Um, so yeah, I'm kind of confused about that, to be honest, because like yes, it does happen, but at the same time, if they think, um, like what if, you know what I mean? Like what if they need to hear the fact that it is possible or XYZ, whatever. Um, I think it's like about not interrupting them and just letting them ramble, but then addressing the things when they don't really have stuff. Because I had like my last conversation, I'm not really doing deep canvassing because I'm trying to implement things from it and also from normal outreach, because I feel like it can be a little bit dangerous if it's just deep canvassing, to be honest. Again, I might be wrong. I don't know, but it feels like it doesn't have accountability at all. I mean, it doesn't really. It's just about exploring the reasoning, and so like the last conversation I had was more of like debate, but it was fine to me because like we. I mean, I didn't really have time to talk about my own personal experience, so that's not very good. But he did get like he did admit multiple times that I was right. And it wasn't I don't know. I don't know. But like, there's this thing. It's like, how do you have accountability if you're just exploring it? And I understand. I don't know. I'm still confused about that. Like, maybe no, I don't know, because it feels like you need to address the concerns in terms of like data, but like hidden in your own um, personal experience. And I actually watched a speech from a vegan activist. It was, I don't remember, but you can find it on YouTube. It was at an MOS conference, and he was talking about how to implement deep canvassing in your activism. But he wasn't doing the deep canvassing as is. He was implementing accountability questions to it, which is, I think, to me, the way to do it. I mean, so far, because I don't see how they would be uh, uncomfortable enough to change at all if they don't feel like it's a moral obligation. Like, because I think you can do both. That's what I mean. I think we should be doing both. I know I'm rambling, but it's new to me too. So, hello, Renzo and Daniel and Pigstream. So yeah, so this is not like me being like an expert on this. This is me learning about this and still in the process of learning how to implement that without sacrificing the accountability part too much. Cause like, I don't want them to leave the conversation and just feel like they don't really have to change, and um like it's not, I don't know, like it was a, I don't know. I think you can do both. I think you can have great rapport, which apparently is important, and make them question, like have questions like, what do you think about in the past, slave owners, blah blah blah. Because yeah, I mean, I do think it's powerful, and making them talk about their personal experience and not interrupting them, but still, having accountability questions. What if it was you, kind of things like that. That's where I'm at least. We'll hear more from Deepak and Brian on that, because he's been doing deep canvassing in other ways, like outside of a normal Irish context. Um, so another quote. Quote. According to the training, if he could evoke a memory from her own life that contradicted the reasoning she had shared, she might notice the conflict without him having to point it out. It would remain private, and she wouldn't feel like Steve was challenging her. She'd be challenging herself. And if he threw his support behind the conflicting thoughts that favored the opinion he was there to champion, she might shift in the direction he wanted. But as the training emphasized, it's a delicate maneuver, because she might resolve the conflict in the other direction by further justifying her existing position instead. End quote. Yeah, so when you evoke experiences, there's always this thing of like, well, you don't know what they're gonna come up with and stuff. Like, like it's, so you do have to be like challenging them in some way, without just them just relying on their own experience. So yeah, like the idea of modeling vulnerability, the idea that if you open up, they will too. I have seen that again and again in my own outreach. Like, if if I bring it down, if I bring the heat of like the debate, if I'm able to do that, then I use a soft voice, a softer voice, it will always bring it, like pretty much always bring it down. And they will be, I can see them opening up when I'm just softening the tone of the conversation and making them feel a little safer. Um, yeah, so that's very true. And the more you get agitated, the more they're more likely to be agitated, of course. And apparently it is the problem, especially like something that I really took from this book as well, is like, if they see you as other, like as an other group, other identity and things like that, you're kind of doomed in some sense. Like, you want them to feel like you have many similarities with them, that you are very similar, and you're not like like other, so that they keep like they kind of identify with you as much as possible, because then they're more likely to listen to you and to take it more seriously. Quote, before you wrap up, you must make it clear where you stand, but in a way that shows you and the other person may agree on what is important at the core of the discussion. If you've done your job, the other side will know you aren't aiming for a fight. Your position can be seen as your perspective, perhaps one worth considering. End quote. Okay. This is again like a big concern because, like, how the fuck would they like get that it's they need to change if it's just a perspective kind of thing? So that's where it's like, I think you can say like, okay, we both agree on the fact that, like, um, like for example, like there's this thing of like, if you care about the welfare of other animals, then what is it about them, that makes you care about the welfare of other animals? And if you care about their welfare, then like basically you should care about their freedom and things like that. Because I mean, you care about their individuality in some sense. Maybe you could play on that, but being very, very careful not to basically make them see it as like it's a personal choice, or like it's a fine like it's a fine stance either way kind of thing. Like that's horrific, of course. So yeah, I just yeah. Because yeah, okay, we can communicate that we agree on the things, on some things, right? But it's not necessarily the important thing, because the important thing here is like you need to change, so it's not really. I don't see how that would. Yeah. Um but my personal experience that I share, like the thing is but actually I will share it later in the life, so I'm not going to go through that yet because I literally wrote something down, but Daniel says, recently, I don't know what you're referring to, but years ago I read that vegans must try very hard not be self-righteous when talking about veganism. Well, apparently it's important to persuasion. um, which is okay. So don't get me wrong, we're completely justified because we are right, but um it is important that they don't see you as other, like so much like you have to try to remove barriers that don't need to be there, as much as possible, which includes like them seeing you as like this crazy person, whatever. And even if you do a perfect joke, they might still see you this way. But you know, I mean, that's why we use the Socratic method and things like that. Just trying to remove barriers to them changing their minds, and to them to their ego basically being in the way. But I don't know if that's what you meant. I took my notes after reading that quote was like, do we want to do that? No. Yeah, like eh, I think you can have both the accountability part, and I think you absolutely need it. Because if you feel like you don't have to change, then why would you? It's uncomfortable to change. As a vegan, especially to go vegan, because like of the society that makes fun of vegans, stuff like this. So yeah, so that I think it's dangerous for vegans not to. I mean, yeah, to be, because I have experimented with that. I have experimented in the beginning of my deep canvassing outreach to kind of like tried that, like, but it was disaster to me. Like, I don't know, she seemed to, like, she understood everything I said and agreed, but still don't care. And it's like, well, at that point, like, I don't know, like, so no, I think I don't know, the accountability is really an important part of it. Uh, upper 40, okay. Quote, before scientists began researching the leadership lapse technique, few studies supported the possibility that campaigns could change voters' views on polarized, partisan, politically controversial issues, especially not with door-to-door canvassing. The academic literature in political science is aggressively pessimistic in this regard. In their book Get Out the Vote, political scientists Donald Green and Alan Gerber examined more than 100 published papers detailing attempts to influence voters' opinions with mailouts, canvassing, phone calls, and television ads. Green and Gerber concluded it was highly unlikely any of them made any impact, zero. In the rare instances in which a communication technique did alter people's opinions, people tended to revert back to their original position within a few days after their social networks reasserted their influence. End quote. Okay, I know this is very like, oh my god, what the fuck are we doing? It's not even working kind of thing. But hey, this is the point. This is the beginning of the book. And again, deep canvassing was like a revolution in the political world or something. So there is, and remember, people change their minds, otherwise we wouldn't even have this sentence. Like, it happens. Obviously you weren't always vegan, most of you weren't always vegan, so it is a thing. But it's all about like, we have a small margin, but we still have it and we have to use it. I need to go to the restroom real quick, guys. I'm sorry. I will be right back. I need put something in my book. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. Hello, friendo. So Daniel says, yes, I agree with projecting peace. Live peacefully, speak peacefully, then they can connect with your ideas. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, if the opposite worked, I would do that. But it just so happens that this is what studies show works. But I mean, it is good in the sense as well that it's more sustainable for activists, because it's easier to, if you have many peaceful conversations. I mean, often people get triggered anyways, but it will be easier for you to have more conversations and for a longer time and just do it your whole life than if it was very spicy conversations all the time. So it is good in the sense of the sustainability um, of activism for activists, individual activists. So the 2014 study, When Contact Changes Minds, revealed that the method was very effective, deep canvassing, in a way difficult to understand. But the research was faulty, the first study. Another study was then conducted by other scientists, and that wasn't a faulty study. So, some studies can be, obviously, like, not all studies are created equal, but the first one was not right. Okay. And the second study showed that it was effective either way. So, okay. Trying to find. Okay, long quote. What did they find? In short, it worked. When it was all said and done, the overall shift Brookman and Kalla measured in Miami was greater than the opinion change that occurred from 1998 to 2012 towards gay men and lesbians in the United States. In one conversation, 1 in 10 people opposed to transgender rights changed their views, and on average, they changed that view by 10 points on a 101 point feelings thermometer, as they call it, catching up to and surpassing the shift that had taken place in the general public over the last 14 years. If 1 in 10 doesn't sound like much, you're neither a politician nor a political scientist. It is huge. And before this research, after a single conversation, it was inconceivable. Kala said a mind change of much less than that could easily rewrite laws, win a swing state, or turn the tide of an election. More than that, a shift of 1% had the potential to set in motion a cascade of attitude change that could change public opinion in less than a generation. This was one conversation with people who mostly had limited experience with the technique. And in Miami, those conversations lasted about 10 minutes each. Had the canvassers been experts, had they continued having conversations over several weeks, had those conversations been longer, the evidence suggests the impact would have been enormous. Writing about Brookman and Callas' paper, Princeton psychologist Betsy Levy Pollock said the implications were colossal. She said that as scientists pick apart deep canvassing over the next decade, those efforts have the potential to forever change the way political science and psychology view persuasion and attitude change. End quote. So, yes, keep in mind, this is normal. This is normal that it's a numbers game for every single social movement out there. It's always been very hard to persuade other people. I find it extremely comforting, honestly, as an activist, to know that it's not just our movement that's struggling so hard. It's apparently just very normal for a social movement to struggle like crazy, to have just like one person in out of 10, change their mind. And I feel like personally, I don't know, you never know what happens after the conversation, right? So take it with a big grain of salt. But when I have conversations, like I feel like it's more than 1 in 10 that is convinced, um, at least more towards veganism, that veganism is the right thing. I've had conversations like with because I use the scale too now. It's part of deep canvassing when you use a 1 to 10 scale. Uh, one like zero, actually 0 to 10. 0 being I completely disagree, and 10 being I completely agree. And my prompt is, should humans go vegan? And I explained veganism before that. And by the way, just saying real quick, if there's no vegans in the chat, veganism is the stance against the use of other animals by humans. Thank you so much. Animals are here with us, not for us. Very much appreciated. That helps me a lot. This is my only occupation, and so that helps me a lot. Because yeah, having one income here, with a crazy rent, that helps a lot. Any donation, thank you. Um, yeah, so I was saying I use the 0 to 10 scale, and in the beginning they're usually around 5, very often, and at the end they often are, more often than not, 9 or 10. Which, it doesn't mean they're going to change, of course, or that they're going to change straight away, or even, but at least some change has happened, or at least they might be lying to your face. It's very possible, but what the hell do I know, But like, it's something to me. And sometimes they don't change at all. But then my last question, you'll see, is something that Marcelo Arandia, a person who helps me a lot with my messaging and my technological things, how to work my equipment, whatever, and the branding. He told me, it's a great prompt for the end. It's asking them, after they told you where they stand on the scale, where would you want, if you were the one overpowered, taken advantage of, or like in that position, you were either headed to the slaughterhouse, or you were going to be used as a resource until you're unusable, basically. Where would you want me, your oppressor, to stand on this scale? Should I leave you alone? And I mean, usually they're like, yeah, 15, 13. But like the last conversation I had, he was still at 5. He was like, well, that's your prerogative. And I told him, because we had good rapport at that point, I told him, you're not honest. You're not being honest, and I said that laughingly because it was ridiculous. Um, and I was basically making fun of him, and he said, "Yeah, you're not being honest." He was like, "Yeah, not being honest." Like, who said it was insane. Whatever. But like, it really does help. I think it's also a little bit committing for them, a bit of a commitment to have this scale where they say, "Well, I am at 10, so that means you should go vegan," kind of thing. Um, well, yeah. So whatever. Um, it can be very important to remember that we need to yeah, it's normal that it's going to be few people that are actually going to change from outreach, but it's still the people that are being going vegan. As publisher says, it's a numbers game, so just do more outreach and it will happen. And this is how it happens. Like, it's hard work to make society change, and to progress a social movement. So I find this very comforting. um this is fun. Okay. Quote, Kala told me the most exciting aspect of their research was that the effect seemed permanent. They continue to track their households, and so far the people who changed their minds show no signs of backtracking into their former attitudes, something almost unheard of in political science research. Their paper was published in Science in 2016, and the headlines said it all. Quote, no, wait, short conversations really can reduce prejudice, end quote, wrote The Atlantic. How do you change voters' minds? Have a conversation, wrote the New York Times. This time the science was sound and the data legitimate, end quote. So they're talking about the second study that was done on deep canvassing. And so this is exactly what we're doing. We might not be doing it door to door, but why does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, if anything, I would think that people would feel I mean, I'd rather be interviewed in the middle of a street than at my house. To be honest, like, it would feel safer to me because it's not my house with my door and shit. Like, so I would think it would be better anyways to just do it in the street like we already do. Um, because also we don't know your address, so you let feeling less unsafe or things like that. I think. Um, but it still works door to door. So in 2020, another group used deep canvassing on hundreds of thousands of Trump supporters with, on average, a 3.1 swing in favor of Biden. Quote, I actually highlighted this one for some reason. Altogether, Brookman and Kalla found that deep canvassing was 102 times more effective than traditional canvassing, television, radio, direct email, and phone banking combined. End quote. That is, yeah, it's basically hacking the system. Like, it's just 102 times. But it makes sense when you think about it, because if you have a connection with someone and you're talking about your own personal, emotional, like, experiences about something, you're going deep into something, you're really having an introspection. And, like, of course you would change something because, like, I, I don't know. It just makes sense to me when you think about it. But hello, Raz. Thanks for being here. And of course, keeping in mind that this is changing people's minds on things that don't really affect their lives that much. Um, this is about gay rights and I guess, like, Trump and stuff. It does impact their lives more if they're not gay, of course. Like, you don't necessarily have to outreach gay people that much for gay rights, but, like, yeah, I guess for the Trump thing. But even if you're going to, like, make someone a Democrat instead of a Republican, yes, it could change. It could definitely change the dynamics in their social group. So it can be something that could be a barrier, but it's way less of a barrier than having to, like, yes, deal with your social group And on top of that, changing a lot of aspects of your life because of the practices that naturally flow from having the vegan stance of being against the use of other animals by humans. So of course it's we have added barriers in our movement, and it's going to be most likely even harder for us. So keeping that in mind, of course. Okay. Then there's going to be a few definitions that come up that we're going to learn about. It's really helpful, I think. So, belief change blindness, a term used by psychologists to describe when people seem unaware that their arguments from the beginning of the conversation didn't match the ones they shared at the end. And this can be good for us because, of course, like if they don't notice that they changed, it can be very good because their ego is not going to stand in the way as much. Um, and yeah, it's just a very weird thing. But yeah, people just don't even realize that they changed their mind radically sometimes. It's very strange. Okay, another one is consistency bias. Our tendency, when uncertain, to assume our present self has always held the opinions it holds today. It's very strange too. It's kind of similar. Elaboration, a state of active learning in which a person unpacks a new idea by relating to something they already understand. So that's basically what we're trying to get people to understand through asking them questions in the Socratic method, so that they can link what they already believe when it comes to animal welfare, for example, and make or like human slavery being wrong and linking that to animal rights. I mean, veganism, the right not to be exploited. Um, in psychology, assimilation is when people interpret new experiences in terms of their existing understanding or schemas. Similar. Accommodation is when people adjust their schemas to better incorporate new experiences. People have different, what is called, thresholds of resistance. Some are early adopters, and others are stubborn holdouts, and many are in between. So, me, for example, I was pretty much an early adopter. It didn't take much for me to go vegan because I was already so aligned with the values of it that it just seemed obvious. And then, of course, there's people who are like super stubborn and they will only go vegan when there's a negative um, consequences for not being vegan, basically, that are actually strong consequences. Okay, yeah, by empathizing with them, people tend to soften their positions. Quote, perspective taking is not just getting someone to feel sad and therefore you change their minds, said Kala. Everyone already knows that prejudice is bad. Deep canvassers evoke memories charged with emotion so that people recall what it is like to be ostracized or judged, all made to feel lesser than, and it challenges their categorization of otherness. Quote, now all of a sudden, when I say discrimination is wrong, I'm feeling that in a different way, said Brookman. I can now understand, oh yeah, it's really awful to be discriminated against and treated differently. I can see what it might be like to be that person. It becomes difficult to justify making a fellow human being feel that way. End quote. So this is a very important quote, obviously, because this is all we want. We want this as vegan activists. Of course, this is the goal, like making them relate to the injustice. This is why it's so crucial to ask the question of like, have you ever felt, like, yeah, discriminated against, or um, the thing that relates the most to the animal justice for me, it's probably overpowered and subjugated, not subjugated, but like taken advantage of. I mean, I had like my first deep canvassing conversation was, I asked her if she could elaborate if she felt comfortable, and she said she brought up she was sexually abused, um, and so she understands. And I said, you, and after I asked these questions about whether they like they've had a connection to another animal and have they felt overpowered, I asked them, do you see what I'm getting at there? And they said, yeah, yeah, because it's obvious that I'm getting at like this is what you're doing to them kind of thing. And so I will be okay. I'm going to take the notes of like I will be asking people to elaborate if they feel comfortable um, about their experiences, because that could be more powerful. And of course, they don't have to because it's really intimate. But so yeah, there's like actually I didn't push the other people because it felt like it was too much to ask. But it's okay. You can just ask them and say if you're comfortable. You really don't have to go into it if you don't feel comfortable. Um, and they can always choose something that another memory that they feel more comfortable with, whatever. Especially if it's filmed, might be rough to talk about. And then you have to thank them for sharing that vulnerable experience, of course, because it is brave for them to share it. Hello, Vegan Paralab. Okay. Quote. Okay, I'm going to try to say this name right. Oxcool, Oxcool, I don't know, realized this subjective experience of every living thing was confined to a private sensory world he called an umfeld. Different sense organs, different umfeld, distinctive from that of another animal in the same environment. Each creature, therefore, was tuned to take in only a small portion of the total picture. Not that any animal would likely know that, which was Wickscole's other big idea. Because no organism can perceive the totality of objective reality, each animal likely assumes to that what it can perceive is all that can be perceived. Objective reality, whatever it is, can never be fully experienced by any one creature. Each Umwelt is a private universe, a different subjective experience fitted to its niche, a perceptually bounded internal world. The Umwelten of all of Earth creatures are like a sea filled with a panoply of sensory realities, floating past one another, each unaware that it is unaware, and none knowing what it does not know. End quote. So they go deeper in the book on perception and psychology, of course, because this is like the foundation of like how to persuade someone else, like which is why I think it's crucial that as activists we learn way more about psychology and the persuasion um and like the biases and stuff that we have, so that we can try to take advantage of that for the animals. And work with the human psychology instead of against it. Um, so this extends to people, and it explain. Yeah, this thing was crazy. Quote, the dress was a meme, a viral photo that appeared all across social media for a few months. For some, when they looked at this photo, they saw a dress that appeared black and blue. For others, the dress appeared white and gold. Whatever people saw, it was impossible to see it differently. If not for the social aspect of social media, you might have never known that some people did see it differently. But since social media is social, learning the fact that millions saw a different dress than you did created a widespread, visceral response. The people who saw a different, um, the dress seemed clearly, obviously mistaken, and quite possibly deranged. When the dress started circling the internet, a tangible sense of dread about the nature of what is and is not real went as viral as the image itself. Yeah. Um Let me try to share with you what the I want to show you because this blew my mind too. Um I'm going to show you the actual dress. So, okay, two things. Okay. Let me share with you. Cool. No, this one. So, this is the image that they saw. Can you see? This is the image that circulated the internet. What do you see? Is it blue and black, or is it gold and white? Answer in the chat, please. What colors are these to you? So Vegan Power Lab, if sees a blue dress, what do you guys see? Because people saw very different things. Oh, Louis is gold white. Okay, I see blue and black. Gold and white animals are here with us, not for us. Okay, so you guys get the point. Um, it's just so mind like boggling. Yeah. Um. Okay, let me now share with you what the people opposite you see. So I see this, and you might see this, or you might see this. How crazy is this? It's very weird. Yeah. So that was basically a very interesting experiment. If you want to see more of it, just pause the video and stuff. But this is in the book, and I was just yeah. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. Um. Okay, so if you want to learn more about it, it's in the book. Okay, so quote, when novel information arrives via the senses, something unusual or ambiguous, it doesn't get added to subjective reality right away. It remains noise if it doesn't seem to match a pattern in that layered archive of prediction. The brain needs some experience with it. End quote. Hmm, okay. Quote, as Bertrand Russell put it, quote, the observer, when he seems to himself to be observing a stone, is really, if physics is to be believed, observing the effects of stone upon himself. End quote. Yeah, in novel situations, the brain usually sees what it expects to see. This is like this book is kind of a mindfuck when it comes to this. Vegan Power Lab says clearly blue people are superior. Well, that's the whole point of this meme is that people on both sides think they're right, obviously, but it's not that one is right and one is not. It's like it's just that you see different things based on how your brain is interpreting the information. Um, no one really knows what the fuck is going on, but like, it's because of like the lighting of this photo. Um, I rem I don't I think in the book he talks about how like, yeah, it was. I don't remember what if it was actually which color, but it doesn't really matter. Like the point of the experiment is like, um you just kind of see different things basically of the same thing, which is kind of crazy. But because yeah, like vegan power lab, it's not a thing about intelligence or anything like that. It's literally just your brain interpreting the colors differently. Yeah, I know you're kidding, but like it's interesting because it's kind of, yeah, it's a mind fuck, isn't it? um, I'm trying to find the quote. Okay. Okay. Quote, in situations of what Pascal and Karlovich call substantial uncertainty, the brain will use its experience to create illusions of what ought to be there but isn't. So it will basically bridge things, like fill things in so that it makes sense. um, oh my god, a long quote. Okay. Quote, when the truth is uncertain, our brains resolve that uncertainty without our knowledge by creating the most likely reality they can imagine based on our prior experiences. People whose brains remove the uncertainty in similar ways will find themselves in agreement, like those who saw the dress as black and blue. Others whose brains resolve the uncertainty in a different way will also find themselves in agreement, like those who saw the dress as white and gold. The essence of surf pad, I don't remember the term. Yeah, it's the term means, okay, let me get out the quote. The term surf pad means when you combine substantial uncertainty with ramified, which means branching or forked prior or assumptions, you will get disagreement. Yeah, whatever. Okay, resuming the quote, the essence of surfpad is that these two groups each feel certain, and among the like minded, it seems those who disagree, no matter their numbers, must be mistaken. In both groups, people then begin searching for reasons why so many people in other groups can't see the truth without entertaining the possibility that they aren't seeing the truth themselves. One example of surfpad in action was the different reactions to the COVID-19 vaccines as they rolled out to the public in 2020. Most people weren't experts on vaccines and epidemiology, so the information on how it worked and what to do was both novel and ambiguous. To resolve that uncertainty, people used their prior experiences with vaccines and doctors, their existing levels of trust in scientific institutions, and their current attitudes toward the government to make sense of it all. For some, that led to the conclusion that vaccines were probably safe and effective. For others, it led to a hesitancy that matured into suspicions of conspiracy. For both, the people who saw things differently seemed blind to the truth. When we encounter novel information that seems ambiguous, we unknowingly disambiguate it based on what we've experienced in the past. But starting at the level of perception, different life experiences can lead to very different disambiguations, and thus very different subjective realities. When that happens in the presence of substantial uncertainty, we may vehemently disagree over reality itself. But since no one on either side is aware of the brain processes leading up to that disagreement, it makes the people who see things differently seem, in a word, wrong. End quote. That reminds me of, like, I mean, of course, I'm talking about it from the vegan perspective, but like, we know as vegan activists all of the biases and all of the, like, especially fallacies that non-vegans use against veganism all the time. And so they don't see that these processes in their brains though, so they might not see how what we see basically. Um and Yeah, for example. And this is in the when in the like when there is uncertainty. So when there is, like, when there are studies showing something, for example, it's a matter of learning as well, but like, you know, it's very interesting. Um and at this point of the book, I was like, oh my god, what does that mean for outreach? What does that mean? Um Quote, in psychology, there's a term for this cognitive blind spot, for when your disambiguations feel undeniably true. It's called naive realism. And it's the belief that you perceive the world as it truly is, free from assumption, interpretation, bias, or the limitations of your senses. The late psychologist Lee Ross, who helped popularize the term, told me that it leads many of us to believe we arrived at our beliefs, attitudes, and values after careful rational analysis through unmediated thoughts and perceptions. Unaware that different priors can lead to different disambiguations, you believe you've been mainlining pure reality for years, and it was your intense study of the bare facts that naturally led to all of your conclusions. According to Ross, this is why people on each side of any debate believe their side is the only one rooted in reality. Yes, end quote. Um, yep. Um, by the way, like, his other book, he has a book on cognitive biases, and it's in the list of books that we can vote on after all of this. By the way, like, yeah, like, just know that at the end of the live, of course, we will be voting on the next book and the next other type of media we want to review. For example, an article, or if you want to watch a movie or review songs, whatever it is, as long as it's available as a free medium, we'll do also like that. So just know it's like it's something we can read about for the next 2 months. That could be very helpful. um, yeah, it's kind of terrifying, isn't it? Quote, when faced with uncertainty, we often don't notice we are uncertain. And when we attempt to resolve that uncertainty, we don't just fall back on our different perceptual priors, we reach for them, motivated by identity and belonging needs, social costs, issues of trust and reputation, and so on. Yes. End quote. I mean, end quote before yes, of course. Sorry, I'm especially in that portion of the live, I am quoting like crazy, but then later I tried to rephrase things and to add my own twist to it. So bear with me. But I think it's still interesting. It's just I'm trying to be doing fair use right now. But okay. Quote, since subjectivity feels like objectivity, naive realism makes it seem as though the way to change people's minds is to show them the facts that support your view, because anyone else who has read the things you have read or seen the things you have seen will naturally see things your way, given that they've pondered the matter as thoughtfully as you have. Therefore, you assume that anyone who disagrees with your conclusions probably just doesn't have all the facts yet. If they did, they'd already be seeing the world like you do. This is why you continue to ineffectually copy and paste links from all of our most trusted sources when arguing your points with those who seem misguided, crazy, uninformed, or just plain wrong. The problem is that this is exactly what the other side thinks will work on you. The truth is that we are always reaching our conclusions through disambiguation, but all of that work is done in our different brains without us knowing it. We just experience in consciousness the result. You think you are experiencing the world as it truly is, and when a lot of people are sure their version of reality is the really real version, at the same time that a lot of other people are sure that no, in fact, their version is, you get arguments that break the internet, like the dress, but also the Inquisition, the Hundred Years' War, QAnon, and anti mask protests during global pandemics. End quote. And this brings me also to like, we'll talk about this with Debug Your Brain, but how do we implement the knowledge we have from the psychology of persuasion to the comments section? I haven't figured that out. I'm doing the same thing I've always done, which is trying to bridge first, like saying like, I mean, usually I do that. I understand where you're coming from, but and then giving my sources and my questions basically like in outreach. Because how the hell are you gonna get into your personal experience through a comment? Maybe you can. Maybe that's totally worth trying. I will write that down. I will experiment with that. Um, hold on. Because, like, yeah, also they will say later we'll learn that basically there's nothing like face to face conversation for persuasion. Persuasion, like, apparently nothing is as good as that. So that's why outreach seems like the best way to do activism. And of course, it doesn't mean that if you're not going to do outreach, you shouldn't do any other type of activism because it doesn't matter. That's not true. It still does something, but it is the best way to do persuasion apparently. So to persuade someone. So that's why I don't really like the only reason I personally engage in the comment section is not because I think they're going to be persuaded by me. I really don't. Like it's not really like my goal or my like I don't see that as me persuading other people necessarily. It's literally just because of the algorithm that I do it. Um, so yeah, it still matters just because of that. Louis says facts and logic can definitely help us eliminate some or many biases. I don't know. They say that it doesn't work, but we need to like for example if your like real barrier to veganism is because you think you're going to not be healthy, like you need to know that it's not something you should be worried about. Um so interesting, being Parlab. Thanks for that. Um Yeah. Vegan Prolab says, I do it so that misinformed people see that what confident trolls say is not factual. Yeah, you can't just let it slide, because then they'll think that you don't have an answer to it. But I think you can do both, like you can do both, like connect deeply through experiences, like that you have both experienced or, you know, around the issue and address the concerns and objections. So I agree with both basically, but like keeping in mind that this is not something we should lead with. Um, if you want to convince someone, leading with facts and logic is probably not the way to go. I mean, sometimes it works. It's just that apparently, like, just the science doesn't reflect it working very much. Yes, Louis, will Justin join you today live? Yes, he will. It will be after my notes. So when I'm done with the notes, let me see where I am in my notes. So I'm I'm on the fourth page out of like 13 pages. Um, so it will be a little bit. I told him I would message him when we're ready for him. But yes, he will come in because I've first heard of this book through him, and he has read it a long time, like a while ago, and he reread it for the live stream. So in 6 hours, pretty much. I'm trying to keep it concise, but it's kind of hard, honestly. And also, I want to engage with you guys, so it's going to be long. Okay, let's go back to the book. Okay, so this is a quote from Blaise Pascal. People are generally better persuaded by the reasons which they have themselves discovered than by those which have come into the mind of others. End quote. Obviously, we know that. Quote, presenting challenging evidence is not enough. We must meet in ways that allow us to ask and understand how people arrived at their conclusions. End quote. Just looking for a quote. Okay, cool. Quote, cognitive empathy, an understanding that what others experience as the truth arrives in their minds unconsciously. So arguments over conclusions are often a waste of time. The better path, they said, would be for both parties to focus on their processing, on how and why they see what they see, not what. The science behind how brains go about updating their priors suggests this is true. In fact, it's how we overcome every hurdle our species has ever faced. It's literally how minds change, but there's a catch. And this is what to talk about afterwards. End quote. So yeah, it's interesting. So hence the question: have you always thought about this way? That can really be like triggering the introspection about how they came to the conclusion they arrived at. A scientist in the book says, quote, you have to open the crack to let the light in, as end quote, as in you have to show cracks in the certainty of their process slash conclusions slash beliefs to get them to reconsider it differently. Which is what we do already basically with the Socratic method, I guess. But each idea depends on the layers below as evidence that they are factually correct. So if you have, yeah, like if you have an idea that rests on another one or another belief, to actually be considered true, you obviously have to deal with the root issue cause. Catherine Schultz said, quote, until we know we are wrong, being wrong feels exactly like being right, end quote. Which is terrifying, but yeah. The brain doesn't know what it doesn't know, so yeah, we know that. In medieval times, this is interesting. Most people thought geese grew on trees. They didn't know that they didn't know that geese migrated to lay their eggs, or that migration even was a thing. So they, like everyone else in their time, actually everyone else, every human, operated from what they perceived to know. Just like them, we might be subject to filling holes in reality with provisional explanations that then become consensus. So many worldviews, like geocentrism or the Humeric model of medicine, in which all health was the result of a proper balance of black bile, yellow bile, blood, and phlegm in the Middle Ages, so many of them look nonsensical in hindsight, but during their time they seemed very reasonable. The people who used them to navigate their daily lives refused to give them up without a fight. When a worldview is being challenged and replaced, at first people interpret things as confirmation of what they already thought they understood. Only when a series of anomalies from many sources can't be explained by the existing model do they move to new explanations. That's something that's important to know as well. Oh my god, that's so true. Animals are here with us, not for us. People so often refer to wise people of the old days. Yeah, I mean, I know. It's like it's so funny because especially in philosophy, referring to Aristotle as like one of the greats and stuff. Like I understand we need to learn about the people that really influenced history, or like really made a dent. But it's so funny to refer to them with some kind of reverence because literally they knew very, very little compared to what we know now, and they have been disproven in so many ways. It's like, can you really trust their judgment? Like, they didn't know much. It's not necessarily their fault, but there were many wacky ideas. Yes, I agree with that. um, Quote, when we don't know what we don't know, at first we see only what we expect to see. Even what we see doesn't match our expectations. When we get that I might be wrong feeling, we initially try to explain it away, interpreting novelty as confirmation, looking for evidence that our models are still correct, creating narratives that justify holding on to our preconceived notions. Unless grandly subverted, our models must fail us a few times before we begin to accommodate. Unquote. What the philosopher Thomas Kuhn, or Kuhn, I don't know, thought was a paradigm shift or revolution, the psychologist Piaget saw as a moment of integration, not replacement. That's interesting. So basically, like, it's not necessarily that we change the paradigm fully; it's just that we integrate um, the new information to our paradigm. It's interesting, whatever. When someone suffers the confusion and fright of the aftermath of a trauma, their fundamental assumptions of the world are challenged and they have to update their understanding of the world and their place in it. If they don't, the brain panics as it is unable to make sense of reality. Before the trauma, they did not have any reason to question things, and so never understood they were wrong. That post traumatic growth is the accelerated version of the way we learn and adapt our view of the world slowly through life. And that process isn't a choice or necessarily a conscious process. That reminds me, like, honestly, like, I feel like a lot of us were traumatized from learning, like, the situation that the animal victims are in. And through that trauma of watching footage, which is secondhand trauma, basically witnessing the trauma of others creates a traumatic response in us because of empathy. We actually had to readjust our view of reality and accommodate reality with, like, the fact that we are causing this and blah blah blah. What does that mean? Um, and a lot, yeah, especially when you encounter like footage early in your life. I myself was extremely traumatized from the footage I saw as a preteen, and it completely overhauled my view of the world, obviously. And I had to adapt, like my vision of my family, for example, to like what I had, like the new information. Um, and it makes sense that young people would be obviously more open to accommodating their realities because they have less of an attachment, of course, to their worldview, but they have less experiences that they see as confirmation of their old paradigm. You know what I mean? So they can adjust to a new one more easily. And also, it reminds me of this guy who was actually in my hometown. Like he went to the university here. He was a rancher, basically a animal slave owner, and a big one at that in Montana. And he actually got, I think, was it cancer? I don't know. It was a very, very serious disease he got from the chemicals at his own ranch. Anyways, and he at the hospital, he actually witnessed someone die of their illness, and he describes that as like a very, like a transformative experience. Like he said, something like he didn't want, like, I don't know if you know, it's Mad Cowboy. He's called Mad Cowboy. And so, like, there's like a documentary series, I think, on him and a book and stuff. And he's appeared in several documentaries, whatever. So he said basically, I never wanted to witness death again or like to see the life come out of someone, something like that. And so from that point on, he actually became an animal rights activist, vegan, obviously. And he had a profound redemption arc, basically. Like he was a very outspoken anti-animal exploitation advocate. if that makes any sense the way I said it. So yeah, that like through trauma, because it was a trauma that led him to this, his own bad health, and I mean, obviously he healed himself, and I think his family also died at the same time or something, or he had a stroke, something like that. Whatever. It is very, very true um, that this is a huge way that we actually change, or like, yeah. And it's like people that go through cancer often have to like completely, it's like their whole life is turned upside down, because if, for example, they have only a few months to live, then everything that you held dear for you in terms of like playing it safe, for example, doesn't matter anymore. And so you have to like, well, I'm going to change my whole life because I only have this few weeks to live or whatever. And so the view of the world is different. What matters is different, whatever. Um, this is very important because this is why footage is huge. Because yeah, maybe some people, like a lot of people, have seen a lot of footage and they're completely desensitized, which is very dangerous, of course. But the thing is, like, if especially for young people, it is really important that young people have access to footage, because that will change you, especially if you haven't like become a psychopath yet and like a sociopath in terms of other animals. Yeah, suffering, because even if suffering is not what we're talking about in the sense of like we want them to be free, whether they're suffering or not, still like witnessing the suffering is what usually connects you to the victims, and it is such a profound experience. And even if it's like, like the dystopic experience of a vegan, of a new vegan, is horrific, right? It's a horrific time in every vegan's life when you have connected to the victims, and you can't really distance yourself from it. It took me the longest time to learn how to distance myself from it enough to be able to be productive while not freaking out every other day and basically burning out from that. Like, just, like it's called activism fatigue, like compassion fatigue. It's a very real thing for vegans and vegan activists. It's even as horrific as it is an essential part of like the journey. I hate this word, of course, but like it's an essential part of us changing and us being motivated to make change happen. Um, and so distancing yourself from that can be very dangerous, because that's how we have ex-vegans literally, and people stopping to do activism as well, aside from burnout. So it can be a tool, distancing yourself from the horrific nature of this Holocaust and stuff. It's essential to me. I think it's essential to actually be a sustainable activist and be a long-term activist, but you have to be very careful because it can be severely backfiring on you. I became an ex-vegan. Like, I didn't understand veganism back then in my teens, but it only happened because I distanced myself from it. So be careful. And then once I went back to my senses and I reconnected to the victims. Of course, I was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" But yeah, it's a dangerous tool, but I think it's kind of necessary for. I mean, for me at least, it's necessary to distance myself a little bit. Um, just to be able to function. I can't watch. So Martin says I can't watch footage anymore. It makes me too sad. That's totally fair. You literally like don't have to. You don't have to as a vegan. As long as you are able to be still connected enough that you understand why you have to do activism, and it can be helpful when you're not motivated for too long, and you have had a rest, and you just don't see the point to watch footage again or to imagine it, to remember it. Can be very helpful. But yeah, I understand. That's fair. Okay, okay, let me reread that because I'm not sure I finished it. The discomfort of cognitive dissonance is what pushes us to resolve the conflict between new contradictory evidence to our beliefs and these beliefs. But that doesn't mean that people will accommodate, only that their brains will become alert to a potential conflict. The solution to thinking you might be wrong is often that you probably aren't. So yeah, it can be disheartening. Um, but it still needs to happen. This is comfort for us to change in the first place. The brain is careful not to change its mind when it shouldn't, because it'd be dangerously incorrect if it did, but also to change its mind when it should to avoid danger in the same way. So you have to be careful not to change your mind when you shouldn't change your mind because you'd be incorrect and then not living in reality, so you'd be in danger. But also change your mind when you need to, otherwise you'll be in danger anyways. According to a 2010 study, there is a quantifiable level of doubt when we admit we are likely wrong and become compelled to update our beliefs, attitudes, and values. Before that level of doubt is met, incongruences make us feel more certain, not less, which is interesting. Actually, about the footage, I'm so freaking desensitized to it. Most footage, I don't feel anything watching anymore because I just like you get desensitized from watching anything, honestly. Because I use it so much in my activism that I don't. Like it's like a veil. I guess it's a coping mechanism, but it's helpful because I want to use footage in my content. So, yeah. Mm. When people change their minds in a similar way that new theories, no, people change their minds in a similar way that new theories in science supersede old ones. So about that, quote, in science, if an experiment delivers a result that doesn't match expectations, that doesn't fit the prevailing model, researchers place the anomalies aside in a holding bucket. That way, they can continue to work on problems using the tools that the current model affords and come back to the bucket of abeyance later, should the anomalies accumulate and overflow. When incongruencies appear, the first assumption is that the model is fine, that there must have been some mistake in the measurements, in the tools, in the scientists themselves, maybe. But over time, that bucket of abeyance begins to fill with anomalies, and at a certain point, it grows too heavy to ignore. Rules of thumb are no longer useful. Exceptions cease to prove the rule. Variation and nuance reveal stereotypes for what they are. End quote. Mhm. Okay, so I wrote down a thought of mine. So in the book, he inserts a lot of stories. It's probably a conscious choice, as people love stories and learn well through them. I noticed myself loving them as well when he used stories to explain a point. So maybe there is a way we could include more storytelling in our outreach. For example, taking examples and expanding on them when we're trying to make a point. So that's food for thought. It's not necessarily something to talk about that much. They talk about personal experiences, which is very much storytelling as well, I guess. Two examples of people who left. Moving on to examples right there. Um, okay, so in the book, he talks about two examples of people who left the cult of Westboro. And they said that they changed their minds about gay people and other things. Okay, if you don't know, Westboro is basically it's like a church in the U.S. and they're very very they're very homophobic and anti gay rights and stuff, and they're very vocal about it. And it's like a family and also neighbors, whatever. Yeah, so these two people who left the cult said that they changed their minds about gay people and other things after they left their homes for personal reasons, not before. So they didn't leave the cult because they didn't agree necessarily. They left the cult because there were relationship dynamics in it, especially that did not work. So it was for other reasons. One of them said that what kept her from changing her mind during the time she was living there was community, even while having countless conversations with people outside of the church who held different views. This is huge. Okay, so then I wrote down stuff about that. maybe people who go vegan often already have less of a sense of community. That was, I mean, I wasn't very connected to my own family, so that makes sense. For example, um, they weren't having a very much a sense of community with their non-vegan family and friends. Maybe that's just a theory. I don't know. I know going vegan usually makes the relationship hard on the vegan with non-vegans around them. But for me, the relationships I had with others always were a bit superficial to me. So I always felt out of place in some way with pretty much everyone and still feel the same. That must have made things easier for me to go against their beliefs and to go vegan. So that's something to keep in mind. The community aspect is huge, apparently. But it's okay. Don't don't despair though, because there are ways. Obviously, you probably know that, but it's just there are ways to use that to our advantage in some way. So the people who left Westboro said that when the arguments were wrapped in kindness, it was harder to dismiss them because the church's core scriptures were about kindness, and hateful delivery made it easy for them to dismiss those arguments because it seemed to be affirming that they were right. I feel similarly when I encounter hateful non-vegans or anti-vegans. When you approach people with kindness and respect, whether or not they deserve it, they often don't. They see you as taking their interests into account and so trust your arguments more. People need to know that there is a okay, so before I wrap up that point, like I'm not saying kindness in the sense of like it's okay that you're not vegan, stuff like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying kindness in the sense of like them feeling safe-ish in the conversation without you compromising the message and compromising the accountability. So it's a very fine line, honestly, and you have to be careful with the way. But like, you can have rapport while holding someone accountable. Um, it's practice, really, I guess. But yes. And also adding to that, like when I see someone making a point in a very an overly passionate tone, because you can be passionate and make your point without it being seen as aggressive, you know? So if I see someone being overly, like, for example, screaming at a non-vegan or like either part of the conversation, I feel like we look like the person that does that looks childish and like out of control of themselves and not wise and not rational, and that it's easier for me to dismiss them. It's an effort, an added effort to take their argument into account when I feel like they're kind of out of control with their emotions or things like that, even if they are justified in having all these emotions, of course. But it doesn't matter if you don't see that, you know, as a person perceiving them. So, unfortunately, hi, debug your brain. Yes. Yes. So debug your brain. We can actually talk about it like now if you want, and I'll continue later with my notes. Does that sound good? It doesn't really matter because I'll talk about it afterwards, and we can just um, talk together right now if you'd like. What do you think? Let me know. That way we make sure that we can have the time. Let me know in the chat, and I'll send you the link. So I will wait for him to enter. Okay, that's great, Justin. No problem at all. It doesn't really matter either way. Okay, I'm sending you the link right now. Yeah, I will send you the link, and I will go to the restroom again. I'm so sorry. I just and I will put you on so that you can introduce yourself while I'm going to the restroom. And yes, let me put a mark. So we'll wait for Justin to come on. For me to go. to the restroom, and he'll just introduce himself a little bit and talk to you guys while I'm there. Justin Debug your brain. Wow, Louis, you know who he is. So Justin has sent it on Instagram. In the meantime, please make sure to like and subscribe. That really helps my this live stream in the algorithm if you'd like to help, and comment as well, because it's, I mean, I do read the comments. It's very helpful to see your feedback as well. It's very interesting. So if you're able to do that in the meantime while we wait for Justin, that could be very nice. Okay, yeah, he just saw it. Cool. I'm excited to hear about his experimentation. Cool. Hello, Justin. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, what's up? Hold on one sec. I gotta
Hold on.
close the live stream.
I can't hear you personally. Oh, yeah, it's good. I
Can
need
you
to
hear me
put
now?
my headphones on. Real quick.
Okay.
So if you want to introduce yourself a little bit and talk about whatever you'd like while I'm going to the restroom.
Okay, sure. I'm just getting my
Be right
lighting
back.
set up, so I'll do that in a while.
All right.
Okay, that looks better. All right. All right. Why can't I see the chat? Weird. Okay. Yeah. What's up? My name is Justin. I run the channel Debug Your Brain, and I'm gonna be talking, I guess, with Lucy about how minds change today. Definitely one of my favorite books. Just overall, I think basically everyone should read this book. I think it's one of the better books on fallacies and biases and those sorts of things. There's like a couple others I would recommend, but I think this one's sort of like the pinnacle for just generic reading. And then I think maybe Motivational Methods by Casey Taft is probably the one I would like most recommend for vegans specifically. But I really do like this book a lot, and it really focuses heavily on deep canvassing. It talks about 4 different techniques: so deep canvassing, street epistemology, motivational interviewing, and I swear I always forget smart politics, which is sort of like the newest of them. But specifically, motivational interviewing is pretty old. That's just something that psychologists have used for a very long time, and I think most of these techniques are sort of in some way derivative of that. So deep canvassing is still relatively new, I think in the past like 10 years-ish. And it's just shown really good results. But like, you know, I'm not sure if you talked about like what good results looks like in social science.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
well, yeah, I mentioned like it's 1 in 10 people convinced is actually a very high number.
And just to be clear, the 1 in 10, it's 1 in 10 people change their mind, and what change their mind means is moved 10 points up on a 100-point scale. So it basically means like, you know, if you're like 0 to 10, how do you feel? 1 in 10 people will bounce up by 1. So it's like, and that's deep canvassing, and that's considered like amazing, you know.
It's interesting. Can I just say real quick, because I want to go first in like your experience of what you've experimented on, but also like just want to say like I'm not even doing like really full on deep canvassing. I'm just implementing some parts of it because I don't really know how to do deep canvassing while holding accountable like fully. You know what I mean? Like we've talked about that. We'll talk about it more. But I've actually had really good results from just implementing, and I'll go into that more deeply after you talk about your thing. But like people going from like 5 to 10 or 9 quite often, more often than they actually don't, which is crazy. But anyways, I'd like for you to go into like what you've been experimenting.
Yeah, well, so I haven't really been experimenting because I was working with a group called Pro Animal Future. And so I just kind of, I mean, like there's always wiggle room, but I was basically doing deep canvassing kind of as they wanted it. So they had a basic script, and, you know, people play jazz with it a little bit, but I sort of mostly stuck to kind of what they were aiming for. And it's actually interesting that you say that you're getting people to go like from like a 5 to an 8 or 9. Because what I noticed, it's funny that deep canvas, like I'm doing deep canvassing more in its like traditional sense with Pro Animal Future. So for people who don't know, Pro Animal Future, they're a group in Denver, Colorado, or I guess they're just a group in Colorado. And they're trying to get right now Denver to ban the sale of fur and Denver to ban slaughterhouses in city limits. So there's like one slaughterhouse there. And so they managed to get those as ballot measures. So some states can vote directly on this. So like many states, it's like you obviously just have to like hope the people in power would do that. But Colorado is a unique state where you can actually get people to vote on it like a referendum, so a ballot measure. So everyone can just vote yes or no on it. And so it presents, one of these unique opportunities to do deep canvassing in the sort of traditional sense. And so I'm actually like doing deep canvassing kind of as deep canvassing was like tested originally, And in that sense, I can imagine that on average getting, 1 in 10 people to bump up by, 1 point on 10-point scale or 2 points is kind of what I saw. I would say I probably saw a little higher than that going door to door, but not like these 5-point jumps. And I'll explain why I think that is. So one big thing that is different, which might make you say, well, I would expect a bigger jump, is that the ask was essentially just like, how likely are you to vote yes on these measures? So it wasn't asking them to change their lifestyle. It wasn't asking them to like dismantle speciesism in their mind. It was just saying like, will you vote yes on these things? So you think, well, okay, that's like a lesser ask. So shouldn't you be able to like do better than street outreach? But you're going up to people's houses, you know what I mean, at dinner time and being like, hello. So I think the thing is, particularly with the outreach, as I typically do it, where I have a sign and I invite the people in, and I know you do like a similar thing. I know a lot of street outreachers do this, where it's like, come talk to me about, animal lovers, come talk to me, or like answer thought-provoking questions, or like whatever, XYZ is abuse. You know what I mean? We're self-selecting for the people who are most willing to have a conversation, right? So these are people who are super, super willing to come up and have their beliefs challenged, And so I think when you super select like that, you definitely are going to get bigger jumps,
whereas, lower hanging fruit.
Exactly. Yeah. So you're hyper selecting for the people who are going to be the most open, not even to a vegan message necessarily, but just to any message. There are people who are like, oh, I like to challenge my beliefs. I like to kind of
and in the right mindset while they start, because
Right. Yeah. And that's the thing too, is that like, I enjoy challenging my beliefs, but some days I'm in the mood and some days I'm not. If I'm walking through a farmer's market, it might be that one day someone's holding that sign. I'm like, I got a little free time. This could be interesting. And, I'm really in the mood to do that. And another day I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm super rushed. I don't feel like doing this. And, when you're going up to someone's house, there's not that pre-selection. It's just like literally just random, And so for me, I probably saw something more like that. So basically there was essentially 3 kinds of people I ran into. People who were essentially a 10 right from the jump. I'm like, hey, there's like a slaughterhouse in Denver, they're killing baby lambs and blah, blah, blah. And people are just like, oh yeah, I'm voting yes. I can like, give me the thing, I'm voting yes. Some people were like, I don't know, I think there's kind of 2 sides to every story. And I'm like, so like a 5, and then those people would be a 5. And those were like the hardest conversations, because those were the ones where you actually had to like kind of work it in some way to try to get them to move up. And then I had a lot of people who would start off as like an 8, like fairly pro, but kind of like, but I don't know, maybe I don't have all the info. And so most people who started as 8s were like 9s or 10s by the end. And then the people who started as 5s were kind of all over the place. Like sometimes, we could push them up to like an 8, sometimes a 7, but sometimes they just stayed at 5, and those are like pretty disappointing when like, especially when they seem to be like agreeing with a lot of your points. And then like, and you ask them at the end, they're like, yeah, I'm still at 5. And you're like, okay, wow, cool. But yeah, so it was an interesting experience. It was definitely, what was interesting is I asked other people. And so some people liked it just as much, if not more, than normal outreach. I tended to like it less because I really like to have the buy-in and the full like enthusiastic like consent. I want to have this conversation.
Yeah.
Versus like, because it's man, at one point, Lucy, I was going out, it was like, it had to be like 7:15 or 7:30 on a Sunday night. And dude, people were
Wait,
not.
is there a reason? Is
People
there a
were not-
reason why they're choosing door to door instead of like just in the street, like normal
Yes.
outreach?
Yes. So because when you go door to door, you can get information on voters. And so you can target, for instance, first off, people who are registered to vote, people who voted in the last election. And then I think they sort of skewed like a Democrat as well. And so what that allows you to do is essentially not waste your time, because they're looking for votes. So if you walk up to a random person in the street,
so it's completely different. Like
it's a different.
So it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, the goal is
we have this advantage if it's just to make vegans.
exactly.
I think it's a huge advantage that we don't have to do this. Also,
exactly.
I know that like I have solicitors that come to my door. I hate it when someone knocks on my door.
Yeah.
Just it's already a bad thing. I'm trying to get them like out of my house as fast as possible. So it's like I understand that it's adding a barrier for sure. But yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, 100%. And that's actually why, like, so I haven't really done, I mean, I've done deep canvassing in normal outreach in the sense that like I use the commonalities between all these techniques. But what I haven't done a lot of, I guess when I'm thinking of deep canvassing, the thing to me that sets it apart is a focus on narratives and stories, specifically like getting them to share a story and then you sharing a story. And so when I'm thinking about, like when we were doing this deep canvassing, that's what I was always trying to do. And I feel like here and there, I've done that in outreach, and I have been able to get people to share their stories during outreach, and that's always, I think, pretty positive. But man, going door to door, trying to get them to share their stories, like it depends on what you count as a story, maybe like, yeah, I had a dog and they did this. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's a story. Because, we would be trying to extract it. Like I really went hard on like, if they have dogs, because a lot of people had dogs. And I'm like, oh, who's that little guy in there? Can you tell me about him? Like, when did you rescue him? What was it like when you rescued, like sort of stuff like that, trying to get them to open up. But like, again, it's like, it's different when you have someone who's like enthusiastic about having a conversation versus someone who you're like interrupting their dinner and you're like, can you just tell me a story about your dog?
Yeah.
So that end was a little hard, but what I did make sure I did in most of my outreach is I told my story, and I did shoehorn it in a lot. So there were some times when it just like was like kind of awkward, but they had a dog and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna go with it. Because my story is about like rescuing a dog on the street, and then basically me like kind of feeling very like a lot of anger towards the people who would treat this dog this way. They like neglected the dog. The dog was she was involved in dog fighting, and I was like saying, hi, I had so much anger, and I tell a story about how like my vegetarian friend was like, oh yeah, that's true. But like the animals on your plate, they go through way worse, man. Like you're really angry, you have a lot of anger for this dog, but you don't have that same anger for these other animals. And so that's like the story I would kind of tell. And sometimes it really landed. Sometimes people were like, yeah, that's true. Other times I could tell they were like, dude, just fucking like wrap it up. I don't care about your story, So yeah. But I do think that the power of the story was, it was powerful, because even when people were kind of a little like standoffish, it allowed me to sort of make a point without people being able to argue with the point.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because like you tell that and it's like, well, what are they going to say, that you weren't angry, or that your friend didn't say that to you, or that you didn't think that was a good point? You know what I mean? Like they could say, I don't think that's a good point, but it's like, well, that's a weird thing to say. I was just telling you my story. You know what I mean? And so it allows you to like flesh out a bit of an argument sort of, but it allows you to
you
flesh
protect
out
your argument through your like in the cocoon of your own vulnerable experience. It's super cunning. Yeah,
exactly. And so it's like, and it's just kind of like, I think it's a way that I think from what we do, we can think that, oh, a very efficient and normal way to communicate is to just like debate bro everything. And it's like most people aren't really like talking in those terms. Like the average person doesn't want to talk in debate bro terms and like talk about logical fallacies and all these things. Like most people relate via stories. And so I think that's, to me, deep canvassing's real power is in like refocusing you to think about your positions as stories and to get them to talk about their positions as stories.
And tying it to like really deep emotions that like emotional experiences that you have, because that's really that's like kind of the deeper part of a person, really, like as they said, like that's where our beliefs come from, is really like these emotional experiences, or like especially like I guess is this tied to the social environment? Because I can't, like every time I say like your experiences, it reminds me of like, well, their experiences within their social circles. It's a lot about that as well, I guess. But
yeah 100%. I think that the social, that's like a whole nother thing. And like the social circle is like super important. So as far as like individual psychology, I think this book is fantastic and I recommend it to everyone. If you want a good book to understand social psychology and the way that we need to embed this in society and social systems, the book Change by Damon Centola. There's like multiple books with the name Change. This is Change by Damon Centola, is fantastic. I super recommend that one. Although I think David McRaney does put a part in the end about social change. It's like one chapter kind of devoted to it a bit. That's still pretty solid.
By Damon who? Can you repeat this?
Damon Centola. So
okay, thanks.
Centola. Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, it was an interesting experience going door to door. And it kind of sucked because I was working during the day. I took my like laptop with me, and so I like worked during the day, and then at night I would just go out. And for the first 3 nights, I just like went out by myself. Like I just like got a list of doors, and then just for like 2 or 3 hours, just door knocked. And it was again, compared to other sorts of outreach, it was definitely starting to like wear on me a bit by the end. Like it's like, because like the thing is like something like, I don't know, maybe like 60 to 70% of people just don't open the door. And then maybe like another 10 to 20%, maybe like another 10% will open the door and then immediately be like, I don't want to talk to you, or be like, be aggressive.
I've done some stuff like canvassing. It's freaking rough. I hated it.
Yeah, exactly. But luckily, on Thursday and Friday, my last 2 days, do you know the activist Catherine Klein? She has a YouTube channel. She came out with me the last 2 days, and man, did it make all the difference. It was just like significantly less taxing psychologically when you had someone else there to kind of like chat with. And I think it worked better too. I mean, this is like pretty speculative, but I do think we got more people. I feel like we got a little more people answering the door, but it felt to me like when people answered the door, they were much less likely to just like check out of the conversation super quickly. I think I'm guessing, this is what I'm guessing, is because if it's just me standing on the door step, maybe that's a little more intimidating, some random dude just like at your door showing up, whenever. Whereas like if it's a man and a woman there together, it kind of seems a little more, I don't know, like safer in some way. But yeah, that could be.
You're outnumbered, and so like there's peer pressure.
Maybe,
because you're outnumbered. I think it would work on me that.
Oh, maybe it is too. Yeah. Because that is true. Because sometimes when 2 people would answer the door, I noticed like I would get like jettisoned kind of quickly because maybe there's a little like 2-on-1 mentality. Yeah, that's a good point. Or maybe Catherine was better just at like the opening statement than I was. I don't know.
Well, she's doing that for a living though. Like she's like she's in sales.
So, yes.
Like,
Yeah.
So, she does.
Yeah, and she actually used to go door to door apparently. So, so yeah, that was cool because she kind of would do like the opening, and then I would do a little more of the deep canvassing part. So that kind of worked pretty well. But yeah, it was definitely interesting. If you want to bump up your skill set, I definitely recommend like trying it at least once. It was definitely educational. So yeah.
So I'm gonna go in my own experience because it's interesting because we have two different experiences like that we can share on deep canvassing. Because I really just adapted it to outreach because I didn't use the deep canvassing. Like we've talked about it through message, how the big concern is really the accountability part. When it comes to deep canvassing, it's not really present. And so it's like, are we going to ruin the effectiveness of deep canvassing through adding accountability, or is it going to just strengthen it? I think that honestly, like I tried without the accountability thing, it was a disaster to me. It was kind of a like she understood it, but she had no accountability. And I've had, I mean, I don't know, because of course it's just an anecdote, so I'm just like seeing what feels like it works or whatever, but I've had a lot of people, like they moved very, like I said, like often they were 5 usually, and they would move to 9 or 10. And I've had several times, of course, like people that usually they're around 5. It's very common, and they would stay around that. But at the end, I would ask them, like if you were the one in their position, basically overpowered, whatever I described, and where would you want me, you're like the one who was doing that to you, to stand on the scale? And then so I would force them to see that when they inevitably say, often usually, like, well, it's your prerogative, I want you to be at 5. I would say, like, really? You would want me to you know what that means? So at least they would be confronted with that, but whatever. So what I personally learned from I've done this for a few weeks, trying to I changed my document so much through a few weeks. It's like when I'm nervous in outreach, I tend to over nod and over smile, which can be great for rapport, especially in the beginning, but you don't want that, right? When it's like something you don't agree with so much, because you don't want them to feel like you agree, and you want to, like, I always nod and smile when I agree with the point that they're talking about right now. But then when I don't agree, I look at them seriously and I'm just listening. I'm not interrupting, but I just communicate like that, body language wise. But I try to always bridge, like you said, like is it agree, answer, ask, or something like that? This formula.
The heuristic I use is agree, ask, answer. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, so I'm basically bridging first, and then if they have like a concern that I need to kind of address, if it's like about health or whatever, I just I incorporate it in my own experience. Like I'm like, oh, I found something when I began vegan that was super empowering to me, and that usually works really well. There's not defensiveness when I say that, usually never. And then I continue with a question, usually either through my little questions that are relating directly to deep canvassing, or something to challenge them further. I have like 4 questions that are part of the deep canvassing structure ish, which is like, what led you to feel this way about this issue, or to hold these thoughts. And also sometimes I do have you always held these current views, whatever, it's kind of the same thing, I guess. I don't know, whatever. And I'll ask them, have you, like what you did, like, have you had a strong connection to another animal, so that they kind of recognize the individuality of other animals through their own experience. And the most important one I use is, have you ever felt overpowered or taken advantage of? But the thing that I haven't been doing, which is a mistake, is kind of like asking them to share. I've done that the first time it worked. She shared about like her experience. I'm not posting that, but that one, because it wasn't a good conversation. It's my first one, but whatever. She shared like that she was sexually abused, and so that was a very powerful experience to tie it, and after that, I usually ask them, where I'm going with this, and they're always like, yeah, I do. And what else? Oh yeah, I really liked using the 0 to 10 scale, because it really gave me like a sense of what that happened in the conversation, where they're at. And I feel like it does give them a little bit of commitment at the end. If they're like at 10, what does that mean, And also to play with that at the end of like, where would you want me to stand on this if I was doing this to you? I think, like having a light, enthusiastic, kind of a fun tone at the beginning, like, oh, this is weird and fun, can be helpful for rapport. And then slowly getting more serious, but also while maintaining rapport. Like it's complicated to kind of do that right, but
Yeah.
doing it at the right times, basically. Yeah, sharing my experience. I often still forget like the important parts often, but it's about practice, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't
And I
think that.
still,
Sorry, good.
yep.
I was just going to say that rapport isn't just being like friendly and light. You
Exactly.
can build a lot of rapport and not be like a friendly, bubbly person at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just through like listening and just like, I would say like empathetic listening and relating. So like you don't, I do that too. I kind of I'm a little lighter and more fun in the beginning for sure. But like, if that's not part of your personality or not something you're comfortable with, that's not a necessary component of rapport. I think it can help, but yeah.
This is what I learned because I to me that's kind of like subconsciously, like that was what I kind of thought rapper was like. Is being friendly when it's not necessarily nodding or smiling like crazy. It's just something that I learned for me because yeah, it's really just about connecting, but it can be through understanding and through a serious face and tone, but like yes, so that's a big point to me.
Yeah.
And like the last thing I implemented was to still use the slavery comparisons, and especially when they would have like objections, and I would kind of challenge them, and I always tell them I'm going to throw you a curveball or I'm going to challenge you, giving a heads up so that eases the blow and they're more ready to actually be open-minded and stuff. And because I still feel like they're very powerful, and people see it even when they're triggered. They see it, and so like it's a mix of deep canvassing. It's not deep canvassing, but it's elements of it with my old outreach, like kind of best of both worlds to me. But yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that, yeah, I don't know that I've ever done one of these techniques in total isolation, but I do borrow from all of them. It does make me wonder, I mean, like this would be like the counter, is that there is some special alchemy in not going super hard at the end and doing the accountability thing. And that counterintuitively, this would cause more people to go vegan or cause them to slide higher up on the scale. It may be the case. It could potentially be the case that, maybe that final challenge does cause them to like shoot back in the other direction or to become more defensive or whatever it is. So yeah, it's like, I think we just don't know, because not all the techniques presented in the book, like motivational interviewing definitely has you doing, I guess, hard questions, like while that last question you said
Can you explain real quick, because I haven't touched on that yet?
On what?
Like the motivational interviewing,
Yeah.
like.
So yeah, a lot of it is like asking Socratic questions. It's like it's doing all the same stuff. It's like it's being like it's like active listening. It's like being empathetic to like who they are, connecting with them. But motivational interviewing, specifically in the book Motivational Methods by Casey Taft, there is more of that holding them accountable element. It's typically done though through questions. You know what I mean? Like the final question that you ask about, like, if you were switched in the positions, how would you feel? It's like, okay, so.
And how quickly would you want it to change?
And how quickly, yeah. Like any sort of question of that nature. I think if after you say that, if they give an answer that you think is like not far enough on the scale, like they say an 8 rather than a 10, I think if you start hammering them at that point, I feel like that probably will have some detriment. I think the question is enough. Like, even if they fight you on it, I think they get it. And so like
it has way already. I agree.
Yeah.
Like the thing of like they will be, if you're not answering back at the end about that, you're still letting it hang in the air.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And so like, I think for the most part, I think I would ask that question, have them answer, and then just be like, okay, thank you. Like, here's da-da-da-da-da, and like, let that be something that their brain is going to latch on to. I think maybe the most you should do there is like, I don't know, maybe have like a shocked face if they don't say 9 or 10, be like, oh, okay, so 8. All right. Well, anyway, thanks for coming out and having this conversation with me. Like maybe that's enough to kind of like not be full on aggressive with it, but to like give them that little pebble in their shoe. That's like to taste to me. It's like I would just do that based on the conversation. Like I know, like, didn't you say you were talking to someone and they said like 5 at the end, and you were basically like, "You're full of shit."
Like, yeah, and I said, "You're not being honest, are you?" And I was laughing because it was ridiculous, and it was like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
He admitted it. So that was just enough. Like I didn't need to do nothing else because that was like the most I could have ever hoped for, honestly, from that guy.
And I think the danger of giving that advice to do that is that I think that it takes a lot of social calibration. It takes something in the moment. It takes that you just saw that this is a time when you break the rules.
Yeah, and he could handle it. Like this type of person that was pushing me, I was pushing him, but it was good rapport, could tell.
Right. Like because some people like the joust. They like the fight there, right? And so it's like you're like, okay, well, I get what you're doing. You're going to troll me a little. I'm going to troll you back. But I think that we want to be careful to not make that a generalized rule, because then what I think we would see is every activist doing it every time and being like, what? I was just holding him accountable. And it's like, okay, but you know what I mean? Like we want the general rule to be this. And then like, as you get more experienced, you understand there's times when breaking the rule is the move, and it gets you like an even better result than the standard issue, advice. So, because I've had moments like that too, where like I break what I would typically do. And I just kind of like, I'm like, no, like, I'm not having that, and they're like, okay, sort of thing.
I've noticed, especially when it's a group of young men, I've noticed I can push them so far and it goes so well. But like if interestingly enough, if it's a group of girls, it goes so south. If I do that, it will be horrible. I mean, it's not always the case, but it tends to be the case. When you have a group of girls, you have to be even more careful for some reason than if it was an individual girl. It's and maybe it's because I'm a girl, and maybe that's why. I don't know. It's very interesting. The dynamics.
I totally relate to that as a guy, like a group of guys. That totally makes sense to me, because like even when a group of guys comes up, if they're having this conversation with you, part of the dynamic of that conversation is just going to be to troll you. At least given my experience of like growing up with guys and hanging out with a group of guys, and that there is something inherently like combative about it, but in like a fun way. Yeah. You know what I mean?
But young guys, I haven't had I've had bad results with older guys doing this. Oh, like it didn't work very well. But I'm generalizing, of course. But that's just
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I would like to see that'd be so cool if we had like data on some of these things.
Oh yeah, we need that in the future. But like
but that's true. I have talked to groups of guys before, and it's like I've noticed sometimes I go too soft. I lean too much into like what I would call like the average outreach. That's kind of like that's like my go-to, my boilerplate. This is what I do if I'm feeling tired, or if I feel like not sort of adapting to the situation, or I'm just trying to play it super safe. Like this is just my standard. And when I play it too safe with a group of guys, I have noticed like eventually it's almost like they'll start to get more aggressive, or eventually they'll just like lose interest and like fade away.
Yes.
It's like you kind of gotta like,
you kind of don't respect you as well. There's like a dynamic of like power dynamic. Yeah, it's very different according to the person.
Yeah. So like you gotta like press on them a little bit more. And as a huge generalization, everybody. I'm not saying this works every time. Like, I'm just saying like, I've noticed that pattern.
It's like you have to be one of them to prove that you're of equal standing, and like you can handle them. It's so funny because I'm a small woman, but it works for me as well. I've noticed like I have to, and it worked, like it went really well when that happened. Like it's so funny. Anyways,
it's probably even more surprising to them, right? Because they're like not seeing you as like a threat or something.
Yeah.
And then when you like stand around, you're like, I'm gonna hit you with a slavery analogy right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And it can be more powerful in that sense. Okay. Okay, I have a question about that. Like, when it comes to, because in the book they talk about like you have to share your personal story, but of course with our unique movement, we're not the victim here talking about it. And in the book they talk about how it doesn't have to be your own personal story to work. It can be anyone's, really. But like I what I've been doing is I've been doing both the vegan perspective and the victim's perspective, but the victim's perspective Like for like the vegan one, it's easy. I can just talk about how I feel when I watch footage or when I went vegan, things like that. But like when it comes to the victim's perspective, I try to basically I just do it through the footage. What do you think about that? Does it have to be a story like that you tell, or can it just be footage in that sense?
Well, I think footage is always good. A footage, I don't know. It probably scratches the narrative itch to some degree, depending on what footage you show. But I would definitely, I think, yeah, at this point, I'm definitely trying to tell more of a personal story, like about me specifically, and it relates to the animal. And I think that's kind of what when I was searching for a story, I think that the one about my dog Cinnamon actually does both. So like, I'll tell it kind of how I told it to a person. So like, you know, if they had a dog specifically, and I asked them how they felt, and they were like, I'm a 5, you know, because I kind of think, you know, the jobs matter, but I don't really like what happens to animals. You know, I have a dog, and I'm like, totally, like, and that's exactly like how I got there too. You know, I actually rescued my dog. She's this tiny little pitty. I was driving down the street, and we saw this dog on the side of the road, just totally emaciated. Like I could take each of my fingers and I could put them in between her ribs. She was that's how close she was to starvation. And she had like cuts all over her face. We're pretty sure she was being used in dog fighting as a bait dog. So bait dog kind of is to like get the other dogs riled up or to practice on, just kind of like beating up on her. And, you know, we took her home that night, cuddling with her. And I was so angry. Like I was so fucking angry. I was, you know, complaining to my girlfriend. You know, as soon as like my friends came over, I was just like, how could anyone do this? Like what kind of monster would do this to an innocent animal? You know? And then my vegetarian friend says to me, he's like, yeah, dude, you're totally right. But you like realize the animals on your plate, like they're much worse happens to them. Like they're, you know, subjected to all these injustices as well. And I was like, damn. And I never thought of it like that before. And that's kind of what got me here now. You know what I mean? That was like the first seed that kind of germinated into this, why I'm out here talking to you, why I'm working with this group, like da-da-da-da-da. And I think it has enough in there that like especially with the ribs and the like her like being used as a bait dog, you know, it's kind of telling her story as much as you can in a condensed thing. So it's telling her story as, you know, a victim, but it's also telling my story as the human, as the person in the oppressive group recognizing the oppression for what it was. And so that's kind of how I tried to marry those two things of like, because I want them to be thinking from their perspective, because they're the human who is going to have to do something. But I also want them to think of the victim's perspective, you know? And so that's kind of how I like tried to condense it down as much as I could into like a relatable story about my life. Yeah.
Because I don't have something like that. I have no particular, like, I don't have any story when it comes to a unique, like a victim, an individual victim. Personally, like, I mean, I have stuff like with my cats being killed, things like that, but it's not really relating to veganism. I mean, I guess I could be like, it hurt me, but then it made me think, but it's not true. That's not what made me, you know what I mean? Like the thing that really connected to, oh, maybe I could say like how I went vegan. That could be good, I guess. That could be good, right?
Yeah.
Saying how you went vegan, like how you made the connection. But really for me, like the thing that really connected me to the victims was seeing footage. And then I just talk about, like, I usually, because I've already shown them footage at this point, like it's way after that I'm talking about how I feel about it. And like when I see footage, when I see footage, like there's a sense of powerlessness and horror, and I can't imagine being in that situation. But at the same time, it reminds me of times in my life where I've either witnessed and also been like taken advantage of or feeling overpowered, you know? And so I do see it as extremely, like I see it as really wrong for humans to do this to other animals, to use them, whatever, just as I see it as really horrible when we do that to other humans. That's usually what I do. Does that work?
Seems like it works to me. I mean, I think too, the more you can like, I think the more like you have like a couple of details in there too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it can be like, it's got to be somewhat abstract because you're just trying to tell a quick story. But like, I think you definitely want to hit with some really concrete details. Like, that's why I said like the fingers in the ribs. It's like a very like, it's like an evocative image. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so like something maybe like that in your story that like
the first time I saw footage, like Earthlings, like the first, you know, because it was like literally my whole life like collapsed.
Yeah.
Like I was like super young as well, but I'm not going to mention that necessarily. But like you know, like having this like whole like, oh my god, my view of the world is, it changed because this is happening kind of thing. Yeah, I think that can be a very grabbing.
You can say something too, like get like visceral, like I watched this and my hands were literally shaking afterwards, or like I felt all the blood flush out of my face and I just like couldn't breathe for a second. You know what I mean? Something that's very visceral and like where they can like feel it with you, I think is like good to be, you know, especially since we're in the realm of emotions, right? We're trying to evoke that emotional side of them so that they're not just in this like totally defensive logic space where they can actually connect with both you and the victim, you know.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Very good. Okay, awesome. I have other questions. I just want to make sure we have enough time to go through them. So something I think is really crucial in their outreach is to define veganism. So what I do is I do it in the beginning, like so first I say, you know, like I'm interested in what you and other people think about veganism. Would you like to give it a go? Also, this is filmed. Thank you for stopping by. Things like that. My name, you know, and their name. And then I asked them if they would like to, if there would be, or it would be okay if they watched an 80-second video on the situation. And then I asked them on the scale of 0 to 10, where do you stand on should humans go vegan? And before that, I say, just so that we're on the same page, when I say vegan, I mean the stance against the exploitation of other animals by humans, so that you're kind of just out of the way kind of thing. And if like these focus too much on diet, like in the conversation, I just add to it. And of course, we're not only talking about the like exploitation of animals in the food industry, we're also talking about blah blah blah, you know, just to make sure that they get it. But like, what do you think about that?
Sorry, I got distracted by the 80-second thing. Do you say 80 seconds?
Yeah, like a 1.5 minute video, or video.
Because the video is very short. Working pretty? Like, are you getting?
I think I mean, it depends, because like I don't know, because I used to do it after they had told me where they stood on the scale, and they would almost all the time say no.
They're not going to watch it at that point.
Yeah, exactly. So I do what you said. Like I asked you, you know, when should I put the footage, and now I do it after I told them it's recorded and it's about veganism. And you, like the guys, like the only guy I did it with said yes. So
okay, well that's good. I might just, I mean, if 80 seconds works for you, maybe 80 seconds, like in my like primitive brain sounds really long. I would just say like a minute long video. You want to watch this like sort of minute long video? I think that's probably fine. Yeah, 80 seconds. I think of a minute like this. And 80 seconds feels like this to me for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I might. I mean, if 80 seconds works, then use it. But I feel like a minute is also a little more like, it's like a little more like conversational. Like if someone said 80 seconds to me, I'm like, what is this like? Like I don't know. I feel like you're gonna get really
yeah. It's weird. It's I get it. I agree.
Sorry, what was the question? I got really stuck
on
that.
Like what was I? Hold on.
You're talking about like
reconnect with my question
up front, I think.
Yes. What do you think about that?
And then.
Well, we are asking on this scale, because my question is, should humans go vegan?
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I mean, in that case, I think if you're asking on a scale if people should go vegan, then you're gonna, I think, have like a really messy conversation if you don't define veganism up front.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I don't think that's that I think you kind of have to if you're asking for the numbers up front, you know. Yeah, I don't know another way to do it, because you could say like that we should go vegan, and they could think, some people think that means plant-based for the environment. Some people think it means plant-based for health. Some people aren't even like totally aware. Like some people think like eggs are vegan, you know. So like I think if you're gonna go up front of that question, you're gonna want to explain it, like from the jump. I would imagine.
Just wanted to make sure, because I'm experimenting. So, okay, is there any? Okay, I was thinking about like the individuality inside the footage. Is there a way to maybe tell us the story of one individual in the footage? Because my footage that I have is like a collection of different types of exploitation that are like some in the food industry, like also fish, because they are underrepresented, and like, for example, breaking of a horse, or experimentation, or like whatever, like skin industry, whatever, so that they get that in the honey industry, things like that, so that they get all the different types of exploitation, so that that's kind of out of the way. But is maybe there is a way of like using the story thing in the that would take a lot of work maybe to make footage based on that, but
yeah, I don't know. It's like, so to me, my sense would be that you would want to focus. Like, I guess it depends on how long they're willing to watch a video, because I know like the We the Free 3-minute video, it covers like a bunch of different topics. I usually just tend to stick to like a single animal and like everything that happens to them, and then I kind of like flesh out the rest in the later conversation, depending on how far we get, because I kind of just want them to like, I want them to be hyper focused on like a single example, so that they can kind of like, so that it's not like I feel like there's something called the curse of knowledge. This is a thing in like pedagogy and teaching, which is whenever you go to teach someone something, it's really hard for you to understand what it's like to know nothing about it, especially if you know a lot about it. And so it's really easy to overload other people with information, because your brain already has all the connections for like all the different animals, everything that happens to them, all the philosophical arguments. But this person is coming in basically like, you know, with very little built into their schema already. And so once you start like giving too much information, their brain is just kind of shut down. And so I tend to try to keep it like focused, like here's what happens to pigs. And then we use the pigs as an example to build a more like general moral framework. And, you know, I will touch on that at the end. I usually will. What did I start saying? I usually ask them something. I'm like, you know, like, God, what do I say? I say something where I say like, you know, so like killing animals for food, or, oh yeah, like, what do you think about, like, do you do any of these things is usually what I ask them. Do you eat any of those animals? Do you wear leather? Do you go to dog fights, SeaWorld, anything like that? And so I'm trying to grab like a large swath of exploitation, but I also load in there something that no one actually does and everyone thinks is horrible. And I lump it in with a bunch of the things that they think are, that they think are more acceptable. And so I'm like preloading it. And like, I've had people like, they're like kind of nodding like, oh, okay. And I say dogfighting and they laugh at me and give me like a look. And I'll sometimes be like, what, why is dogfighting funny? You know what I mean? And sometimes that will even like spark a conversation where they're like, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing. But that kind of gets like a broader range of sort of exploitation, while also kind of like, I think it acts as like a bit of a playful jab too. You know, even though the subject matter is incredibly serious, it's like you both kind of know what you're doing. There's like a sort of sense that you're making a point, but you're doing it in a sort of like, I don't know, like a trolley way or something.
Yeah. That's
so
actually
I like
a really good thing. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, so I like doing that. I forgot the question. I forgot where we were going.
No, like you answered it. Like, I think, and also I think it's completely like it's not completely unnecessary, but like it's kind of unnecessary that I show all the different types of exploitation, in the sense that I always say something about like there's different things, because they often bring up diet all the time, you know. So I just make sure when they do that I'm saying that, and also when I'm just defining veganism, I can just give a few examples, and I think you could totally make sure that they don't, because everyone sees veganism as a diet, so you don't have to convince them that it's also part of like the practices that flow from the vegan stance that you need to, you know, implement. They know that. So I think you can just completely focus the conversation on the things that are not part of the food industry, so that they, or maybe fish is a good example because people don't think about it, but like, or like honey, things like that, but like making sure that it's not centering it around that, because they already get it, so you just focus on things that they don't get yet. And so I could just take one example of, like, for example, an animal that experimented on, or whatever, like a horse being broken into, whatever, like any type. I think it would have to be like thought about, like what what would be the best example to choose for the video, but I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make something like that. I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but like it's okay. I think if we have like, I don't know if you've seen that, but like there's YouTube videos when someone describes an example to make a point. For example, if it's about psychology or a dynamic, they're talking about a relationship dynamic, and so they sometimes they show you pictures that like from stock footage to kind of explain the story, but it's not necessarily the same people. They just have the same hair color, for example. And so you understand it's the same individual of the story. You get that they're just using stock footage, but it's fine to you because there's the voice of the narrator is just the thing you're following, and they're just showing him like videos of stock footage to help you be like to help the story be illustrated. And so maybe we could do it like that with footage of not the same exact animal victims, but like, for example, it's just horses, for if it's like this one example, or like experimentation on the different rabbits or whatever, you know.
Yeah, there's this would be a food example, so maybe this wouldn't quite fit yours, but there is a really a really good one of a cow going into the like bolt box, and there's no blood, no gore. You don't see the cow die even. I'm sure you've seen this. It's kind of like old grainy footage, but it's like the cow is walking down the chute and then like backs up and he's scared, and then he walks forward and then he backs up and he's scared. And I don't know why, like most footage for me, I'm like totally numb to at this point, especially like violent footage. I just like watch it and I'm like, well, I guess I'm a sociopath now. But that footage still gets me every time I watch it. And I think it's because in a lot of these other videos, you're just seeing like a being in like pure terror and pain. Whereas in this, there's like more of like a narrative to their personality. And I think it really individualizes them in a way that just seeing an animal getting like slaughtered does, you know. And I just wonder if there's like more footage like that. I think me and Chip talked about this too. I don't know if you ever did this, but like also maybe showing like 30 seconds of, for instance, like, you know, there's like a lot of good footage of like cows and pigs specifically, like running and playing in a field, like, and doing like silly stuff, like stuff that clearly is not like efficient to the organism, you know, like they're just like running and jumping, or they're like knocking a ball around and like having a good time, you know, and like showing that and then being like, boom, here's this. Like this is.
You could do that in a narrative way. You could just be like, they were rescued, and then talk about like, but they are the exception, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And that would be like a nice kind of arc, and that shows, because I think too, people almost feel like, I feel like people like often feel like there's something manipulative about showing them footage, like as if like slaughter footage is some like rare thing that doesn't normally occur. It's like some anomaly, or, you know. And so I think like having that narrative of like, this is what their lives could be. This is what they want their lives to be. And this is what they are, you know, that could probably be a powerful narrative. I've never done that myself, but I think that could be cool. Like because you could probably, I mean, you could tell that story pretty quickly in like a 60 to 90 second long.
And like, you could like, you could make a fictional character like by naming them and stuff, and just attributing like a personal thing. Like it's basically a fictional story, but it doesn't really matter if it's fictional at all, actually, for people to get it. Like, if anything, that might help. No, totally. This is very helpful. This is gonna be powerful.
Have you seen Okja?
Yes.
Have you seen Okja?
Yes, actually, like it was something I watched when I was an ex-vegan, and I actually didn't go back to, I mean, vegan. I didn't understand what veganism was. I was like very much, it's like about the suffering, whatever. So I think that was one of the problems. But it's funny because it didn't make me go vegan back again, you know. So but like, of course, it impacted me a lot. It's very, this movie. Well, like it does that, I guess.
I mean, that's the only one I can think of that really like narrativizes it. Narrativizes like the farming industry in a way that also is like pretty like true to life for the farming industry. Like the scenes at the end when whatever they are, I don't remember what they're called, but when they're getting slaughtered, it was like very realistic to like what slaughter practices actually are. And so to have that narrative and then also have that sort of like realism at the end, I thought was really
like the thing when they take like they literally put like dig a hole in the body of like one of the animals stayed
yeah,
with me, and it's like
yeah,
it's just it's so powerful. Like, you know, like you've talked about that in the past. I remember like the power of like obviously that's what we're talking about, like the individuality versus like overwhelming numbers that you cannot connect to at all because your brain doesn't understand.
yeah.
um yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what was so good is because it focused on what was it called, like a super pig or something? The super pig named Okja, right? And then the movie, even the title of the movie is the individual's name. You know what I mean? And so I felt like they stayed really true to that throughout the whole thing. Plus, they also made the ALF to basically be the good guys in that movie, which was like wild to me. I was like, wow, like like a radical animal rights group is the good guys in a movie.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So it's funny.
Also, like when it comes to filming outreach, like the concern is, you know, like it adds a barrier in terms of like feeling safe for the person you're outreaching. But we've had a conversation about that. Like, let me know what you think about that.
Wait, sorry, what do you mean? I don't think I
Like
understood.
filming outreach being a barrier when it comes to the
Oh,
person, the individual you're interviewing, feeling safe enough and stuff to
yeah.
explore things.
I think almost certainly the camera is going to in some way contaminate the interaction. How much it contaminates it, I don't know. But I feel confident speculating that without the camera, you'd get a better interaction. Probably one that's more true. I think that some people don't give a fuck, honestly. Like, and they just say like horrendous stuff on camera. I'm like, wow, like, I'm like, I would have at least lied a little bit here, knowing that I was like, this is going to go up on the internet. But like, you're saying like that wild of stuff. But yeah, I'm guessing most of the time what you get is you get people being a little more agreeable than they otherwise would, is what I would guess. And also probably people, like you said, feeling slightly less safe. And so I think taking the camera away is going to make those two things better. But that, I don't know that alone is enough of a reason to take the camera away, because that's of course just looking at the cons of the camera. Now you have to like balance that with the pros of the camera. And if the pros of the camera are that you get to have like 2,000 or 3,000 people, maybe 10,000, maybe 20,000 people, you know, view that video, like I think you're starting to get more in the pros column at that point. Because the thing is, you still had the conversation with the person. They still had to think through their thoughts. You still presented them with a bunch of information they probably didn't know. You still kind of, debunked some like probably the most heinous objections that they had, like just like misconceptions. And so, yeah, I don't know that, maybe if you were filming it and not putting it up anywhere, then maybe I'd be like, stop filming it. But even there, I think it's probably, at least in the beginning, is probably beneficial, because rewatching your outreach is like super informative, So yeah, I think camera's still like good overall, but just I think having that recognition that it is going to, that the camera is not a neutral entity in this in this like matrix of interactions you're having with this person, right? Especially nowadays with like everything on social media. So
yeah, and something that I just figured out the other day, like very recently, is like when someone is, because often at the end of the conversation, and I take it as a very good sign, honestly, they are worried about having been filmed. They were fine before, but now they're worried,
yeah.
because it's a very good sign. They know that they don't look good. But then like something that could be helping you to keep them from being like, I don't want to be in the video, is to say, well, most people are going to agree with you. If anything, I will look bad to a lot of people. Just, and I'm not going to edit the crap out of it. I'm just going to basically take out like long pauses, things like that, and make shorts out of it. And I tell them, like, because when they ask me, but I think that can help you keep the footage and not have to blur their face or something, because that would be less successful if you have to blur their face, for example, maybe. But that could be helpful to just keep it, because sometimes people are like, I don't want to, and I say like, like that's fine, because I don't want them to kind of like I want them to, even if I that's the point. I also I don't know if it's better to use it against their will, or like or not use it, because I don't use it because I want them to see me as someone they can reach out to if they have questions and stuff like that, and I don't want
Yeah.
them to feel like, oh, these vegans are like really weird people kind of thing, because
Yeah.
they're like vegans are the other thing, like the
Mhm.
otherness. What do
Yeah.
you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think particularly with the raw amount of street outreach on YouTube
Yeah.
at this point, you do not need to put anyone up on YouTube who expressly asked you not to. like we've got enough street outreach. Like the vegan movement isn't going to be like, you know, isn't going to be lessened by like one interaction that someone didn't want put up. So yeah, I
You can
would.
always blur the
Yeah,
face
yeah,
if
you
you
can blur
really
the
want to
face.
put it up.
Yeah, if you're like, if there was something like really unique or insightful about it, you just blur the face, and I imagine that would be fine. But yeah, two things. I've never put anyone up who requested to not be put up,
Mhm.
but I think I've had that happen like once or twice. So I don't know. Is it something that like happens to you a lot?
Yeah.
Really?
People often ask me at the end, like, can you not put me up? And like, I see that as a very good sign.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Or is it? I don't know if it is, but it seems to me like they are embarrassed. And it's usually when they didn't answer very well. Like they answered
that's
like, you know.
it sounds like they got really defensive. They gave asshole-ish answers, and then
And
we're
not
like, I don't.
always though.
Oh,
Not
really?
always though. Sometimes like it goes really well, and it just I very well in terms of like they agree and everything, but they just don't want to be in the video. So
I wonder if there's a regional difference there. If like people in Montana maybe are like less
maybe.
likely to want to be on camera than like people in the city in Durham or Raleigh. I don't
Maybe.
know. Yeah, I haven't gotten that often. I've had it a few times, but most of the
Maybe they
time,
don't trust me. It's possible.
I
I
know,
don't
like,
know.
why you're like acting shady or something.
Maybe it's possible. I
But
don't
you're
know.
like, it's weird because you're like pretty friendly during outreach, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
like
so much. But
it's
maybe they see it as not genuine. It's possible. Because it's not really
oh
genuine. It's not really genuine when I'm friendly like that. So
oh
I mean,
you're
sometimes
okay.
it is, but sometimes I'm forcing myself because I don't like them. You know. So maybe they feel it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could
I don't
definitely
know.
be it if they're reading inauthenticity in you.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, they're right. So but I'm not
Like I
trying to
fucking
screw
hate
them
you.
over.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Another one that we need to touch on. Like, is there any way we can or should use this information about deep canvassing in our editing of the footage, or like in the comment section?
I've never thought about that before as far as the editing. Um, Only maybe in the sense, I guess, that if you do deep canvassing, don't cut out the stories. Like if you're watching it and you're like, oh, this story is going to be really boring to the audience, I would leave the story in and then like maybe explain why the story's in there or relate it to deep canvassing, just so like the audience understands like what the point of putting these stories in. Because I think a lot of people too in the space, especially like if you're more on the debate bro-y side and you're like watching people tell stories, they're going to be like, why the fuck are they asking about stories? So
Yeah.
maybe a note on the story and like don't cut the stories out. Comments, man, comments it's a weird one. So there's so many like intersecting things to consider with comments. I think I'm mostly at a point that the comment is for everyone else reading the comment. And so I'm cognizant of two things: being polite, basically making the other person look like the one who's unhinged. You know what I mean? Or at least not being more unhinged than they are. And also understanding that people are going to have a huge bias towards or against vegans. So like you have to work extra hard to like not look unhinged, because you and the person could type the exact same thing and the average non-vegan looking at this is going to be like, wow, that vegan's unhinged and this person's totally, rational. Easier said than done, because sometimes you're just like, fuck it, and you're just like a jerk to someone in the comments because, you know, because it's set up to make you angry and be a jerk.
Yeah. I am not good at that. I feel like I have this response when someone when I often write down when it's like I don't care kind of vibe, you know. And I answer hope it's unhinged. But is it? Because to me it's so powerful, because then it's like it would not be you understand. So my comment that I answer back often is hopefully an injustice like this happens to you so that you don't want to support it anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
And yes, I know it's unhinged, but it's only unhinged because of what the injustice is, because they're saying it's not an injustice.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to kind of like hack their brain kind of thing, because it's like, if this is making you angry, then why? Because you don't think it's an injustice. You know what I mean? So, but maybe it's not good.
Well, I think you could actually make the same point, and it maybe comes across as a little more, because you could just say something like, if you don't think this is an injustice, then it seems that you wouldn't mind if it would happen to you. You know what I mean? Like that gets the same point across without being like, I hope this happens to you. Like I'm wishing harm on you.
Yes. I mean, you wouldn't. Yeah. Let me write it down.
And I think something too there is, and I have some responses saved, and I have them saved for this very reason, because someone will say something and I will be angry in the moment. And if I just let my thumbs start going to town, you know what I mean? I'm going to say something mean. And so it's like, okay, here's I know this response is this type of response. Here's my counter response. I've already got it. I wrote it when I was totally calm, copy, paste, good to go.
I have that. I have like a huge comment or a response template. And I think if you just everything you want to say and put it in a question, it's just like, it's so much better anyways. For example, I have this thing with like it's the same vibe. These are like my more
spicy,
unhinged, spicy responses. It's like this one is like, a rapist could justify, you know, what they're doing because like it's pleasure to them, because who cares about the victim after all? And this is only something I say to the person who's like trolling. But I think if I just put that in a question form, I would not seem unhinged.
Yeah.
You know?
I think putting in a question does soften it in a way. The question is, it's always tough, man. I don't like I think we're totally justified in using the word rape, but sometimes I'm like, sometimes I'll say like sexually assault, because that feels like it doesn't quite have that same like unhinged level of burn to it, but it's like still like getting it across. But I don't know. I'm never sure where to land on that. So interestingly, Atan Shea Films, I don't know if you follow them. He actually was, it's a history YouTube. And this guy was with Pro Animal Future. He was volunteering with them. And he did a video. Have you ever heard of Benjamin Lay? Oh my God, you got to watch this video he did on Benjamin Lay. Benjamin Lay was like from the 1600s, and he was an abolitionist, like before hardly anyone was an abolitionist. And he did all sorts of like outreach, basically, or like stunts, like where he would like
of human slavery or
human slavery at first. And then he became an animal rights activist and was like probably one of the like among the first animal rights activists. And he would like he did all kinds of like funny stuff. Like he went into like some sort of town hall meeting and he like put fake blood in this book, and then he like stabbed a knife through the book, and it splattered blood all over everyone. And like he was like making a point about like abolition or animal rights. He actually at one point, this is wild, he literally like, there were these slave owners in his town, and their kid was like walking around one day just like hanging out, and he was like, hey, do you want to come back and get like, you know, I don't know, do you want to have like dinner at my house? The kid was like, sure. And she was like, all right, you just stay here. And then like he goes back out in the town, and the parents are freaking out because they can't find their kid. And he's like, oh, that really sucks that you can't find him. You're feeling really scared about that. And they're like, yeah, like we're like this sucks. And he's like, well, that's probably how, you know, enslaved people feel when you take their kids. He's at my house, actually. Like, just like totally wild stuff. Like, this guy was a maniac. But like, yeah, like, and even to the extent that he was like an animal rights activist, and he like wouldn't even ride horses. So like, it wasn't just that he like wasn't eating animals. He was already
He was a vegan.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Like, or as close, like, I'm sure like he wasn't vegan in every way, but like, it was like, he was there, you know, he was like getting there. But just a really interesting dude, interesting story. Anyway, the reason I'm telling that is because Atan Shea Films does a video on this. And at the end, he's kind of talking about pro-animal future. And so there's this like sort of segue. And he manages to like talk about dairy briefly, and he refers to it as raping the mother cow, you know. And it was done in such an artful way that like I read through the comments, at least when I had first watched it, and I don't know, maybe it was like 2 hours old. No one in those comments was like, I can't believe you said rape. Like, not a single person. And most people were like, wow, this made me like think more deeply about this, or I really appreciate this, or blah, blah, blah. And it was like such a, now it's a 50-minute video. So it's kind of, you know, if you do a 4-minute video and say that, then people can really hone in on it. But in a 50-minute video, it kind of like, it felt like just like, I don't know, it felt more organic in some way to the video. And it didn't feel like super accusatory, even though like the subtext of the video was clearly like,
it can be, it can be like super, it's actually, I think it can be more powerful to not say it, but to make it understand that what you're talking about. Like, I remember we did a podcast at some point, and we were talking about the dairy industry, and we said like, okay, what would you call forceful insemination if it was a human?
Yeah.
And we let it hang.
Yeah.
We never said the R word because it was radio. We couldn't. And but you know, and I think that can be like, and yeah, people can be like, oh, well, we're humans and other animals. Yeah, but like, that still makes you think, you know, it would be that for us, you know?
Yeah. No, that's true. I do like that.
And it's less dismissive because you can't really dismiss something we didn't really say completely, you know?
That's true. And it honestly is actually doing the thing too, because this is the whole, like, I think you might have gone over this. You maybe mentioned a quote from the book, but like this book, at least like 3, 4, 5 times is like, you can't change someone's mind. They have to change their own mind.
Yeah.
And so like, you want them generating the thoughts, generating the mind change, generating the things that are important. And so it's just one more way in which they're generating the word. You're not just like throwing it on top of them, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be an internal creation of their own. So yeah, I think that's smart.
Okay, so something I have a hard time, very, very hard time, because I find it so damn awkward, and I really struggle with it. It's counterintuitive to the extreme to me, is repeating back to them what they said in outreach. I hate it. I never do it. Like, I have the hardest time, and when I do it, I feel like such an idiot. How is this normal? Is this you're just pushing through? Like, I don't understand this answer, because apparently it's really important to do.
Yeah, I guess. Can you give me an example of like something they would say to you, and then like you would repeat it back and feel awkward?
Well, for example, like they say, well, I'm not vegan because I think I can't have everything I need from a vegan diet, whatever. And I say, okay, so I get like you're having concerns about health. Is that why, like, you know, and they just carry on and repeat themselves as well. And I don't see, like, I know it's supposed to just make them feel heard, but and that I got their point, but how would I not get their point if this just, you know, it feels unnecessary and like a waste of time to me.
So I think this is, I think I would say it more like this, right? This is like, I think this is what I like kind of do with the agree, ask, answer. If someone's like, yeah, I'm just worried that I can't get enough protein, I would be like, yeah, I totally understand that. I was also concerned about that in the beginning because I like to lift weights and stuff. And so I'm like, protein's important to me. What I found out was da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's like essentially repeating it back to them because you're saying like, I was worried about that too. So like they're understanding that they felt heard there. You know, I don't think you have to be like,
that's what I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think like if they're like, I'm just worried that I'm not getting enough protein. And you're like, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're worried that you're not getting enough protein. Like that just feels like condescending and weird. Yeah.
I know. And every time I do it, I'm like, God, this is so fucking stupid. And I can feel it, you know, like it's just, ugh.
Yeah. But sometimes people will ramble and tell like a very long story. And there, I think it is important to be like, okay, so if I heard you correctly, and then you condense that story into like one or two conceptual points. You know what I mean? Because I sometimes people they'll like ramble for 5 minutes, and by the end of it, it's like, I don't know if that answered my question or not. So then I have to try to extract some sort of like distilled meaning out of it. So that's, I think, when it's like really good to like repeat. Also, sometimes they'll say something that's a little ambiguous. And in those cases, I think it's super, super important to be like, okay, so are you kind of saying like this? Or like, if I heard you right, you're saying that you don't think X. Like those are when, to me, that's the most important, is when there's potential ambiguity there. And something maybe either something you actually didn't understand or something that you know when people say it, they don't understand. So sometimes people will like say a thought terminating cliche, and the thought terminating cliche really needs to be like, you really need to ask a question and be like, is this what you're saying? Sort of thing. So I think in those two instances, is when it's like the most powerful or important. Yeah.
I just had a question pop in my head. Okay, so like I've had this conversation, actually, interestingly enough, it's the one that wasn't freaking filmed. They filmed it. They didn't want me to film it. They filmed it on their phone. And so it went really, really well, because like the guy, like I never interrupted him. It's just he kept going. But I did actually interrupt him when it was too many subjects at once, because but if it's just one subject, I would just let him ramble, and he would bring up his own counter arguments and change his own mind along. Like, and I was just, I was just smiling because it was funny. And his girlfriend, who's not vegan, was laughing too, because it was so funny, because he just kept, making his own points, like countered. It was very interesting. I didn't have to do much during that conversation. And he was still pushing, at the end, he was still like, oh, but welfare, but he had already understood it and countered before. It was very weird cognitive dissonance, but whatever. And so like it has happened to me so many times that if you let someone just go, and especially when you can see that they're pausing to think, letting them, like you've said before, like letting them think as long as they want to, because this is really when the change happens, and they're countering their own arguments often after they're doing that. So never really... it's only when they pile things up, as it's like a fallacy also, right? Piling things up so that you can't really remember everything anyways, that you have to interrupt them, I guess.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that people will sometimes just interpret like someone talking as a long time as all the same thing. Someone talking for like 2 minutes though can mean very different things depending on what they're doing in that 2 minutes of talking, And so like, if you think like, oh, I should never interrupt anyone, I think that's true, given that like they're like this long stream of words is a certain kind of long stream of words. And so if that long stream of words is gish galloping, which is like what you're saying, which is like, it's like just like this like machine gun of points that are kind of like, with the person is just pure defensive, right? This is like maximum defensiveness. You have to interrupt them at some point and be like, okay, hold on, let's just pick each of those apart individually.
No, they're all important. Let's just...
I heard you say this, this, and this. So let's just start with that one. But that can be, another person can be talking for 2 or 3 minutes straight, and they're doing what you're doing, which is like some people need to work things out by talking through them. And sometimes people just like talk to themselves, like that guy, like, which I can relate to. Like, I think if I was questioned on something on the street, like you would hear me doing that, where I would like talk, I would say the objection, and then I would counter my own objection, then I would say an objection, and like, that very much would be good for someone like me, And so, yeah, I think you have to sort of identify what kind of rambler they are, if we want, maybe we call them all rambler, or what kind of like talk.
It feels very different. These two things feels very different.
Yeah, exactly. One you can feel much more tension and defensiveness, and like it just doesn't feel as good. And then the other one is kind of like a little more relaxed, and you can kind of like ease into it, I feel like.
And then it can morph into something else as well. Like it often can morph into something else. So it depends, even in one conversation, because that guy with whom I had this like really good conversation, he did both. It was interesting.
Oh, so like did he start defensive and get more reasonable, or was he like reasonable and then like he said something that made himself defensive?
He was defensive, and then... But I think it kind of changed. Like in the beginning, he was more like he had questions, and then he became defensive more. But then I let him talk, and he kind of did his own thing.
Interesting.
It was interesting. Yeah, but you can feel it. It feels different anyways. I guess also with practice.
I know that this is some of the things that where it is like, where you just have to go out and actually talk to people, because some of
Yeah.
them are like, it's this thing that it's like hard to describe exactly what it is, but like, you know it when you see it, or you know it when you feel it, maybe is more accurate. But yeah, there's definitely, yeah, if someone is talking for a while, there isn't a blanket rule of don't interrupt. I would lean towards not interrupting over interrupting. Because again, like, just, this is probably one of the only conversations this person has ever had in depth about veganism. And so in some ways I'm like, just keep them there as long as you can. Like, I just want them thinking about it for the most time possible. You know what I mean? Because eventually, if you think about it enough, like, I think you get there. So yeah, so I tend to lean towards not interrupting unless it's a very obvious, like, Gish Gallop, or I'm in a rush or something, and I'm like, I got like 5 more minutes, so like, we gotta, like, you know.
And sometimes people will leave when I haven't done my deep canvassing thing, and so the only thing I really have time to do is like the accountability last question. But you know, whatever. It's like I had struggled to know what the hell am I supposed to do when they want to leave. But I think I just do the accountability like question at the end now, because, well, okay, if you're leaving, it's the best I can do, I guess. But
so that's a good point. I ran into the same thing doing the deep canvassing in Denver. Slightly different, because again, we're not asking people to go vegan, we're asking them to vote yes. But it was a similar thing where I knew I couldn't do the deep canvas. I couldn't, not only were they not giving me any story, I couldn't get, like, I knew I wasn't having enough time to get my story out, because they were kind of like, whatever. And in those instances, I just reverted back to, like, I guess, like, normal canvassing, which is like, here's what the vote is on, here's why we think it's good, and here's like one counterpoint to the, like, opposition. You know what I mean? And so I would just like run down, just give them the data. Because I feel like it's like, top of the mountain is doing like a beautiful deep canvassing where they share their story, I share mine, we connect on some like emotional issue that's relevant to them. They get the facts, they get the counter to the opposition, and at the end they say like, yes, I'm voting yes on this. Yeah, right. That's like that's like the beautiful. But if you can't do the deep canvassing, don't keep trying to press the deep canvassing, because then you're going to get nothing. You're going to just get like an awkward nothing conversation. So it's like, yeah, at some point I'm like, here's the bullet point list. Like, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But at least you heard what this was about, and you heard like the main, like the top line items. So yeah, I had a similar thing there where I was like, I started at first and I was like, it was awkward because I did a couple where like they just turned into nothing, because I was trying to deep canvas through someone who like was just trying to leave. And at the end I was like, well, they don't even know anything now. You know what I mean? They didn't get any of the like purpose of this conversation. So yeah, and then I adapted quickly after that to like kind of identify when I was going to go like the full deep canvassing versus just the like, here's the like the top 5 bullet points or top 3 bullet points or whatever. So yeah.
Me, when they try to leave, they leave fast. So like I usually at that point, because in the beginning I just defined veganism like it's done. So that's a big part. And then like the last conversation, like the last question kind of encompasses what I'm talking about. It's like, if you were in that position, where would you want me to stand on the scale? Like, it's just, what else do I need to say? You know, like, should I say more than that? Or because sometimes they don't even give me the time to explain my personal experience, because they're so defensive.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because something that we did, something that was recommended right in the deep canvassing is to actually share your perspective. So like I think the formula itself was something like, hello, we're here from Pro Animal Future. Do you know about these ballot initiatives we have? They're this and this. The person would say like yes or no, and you'd be like, well, where do you fall on a 0 to 10 scale? 10 being like you're super supportive, you think, you know, the way we treat animals is atrocious, and 0 being like you have no problem with the way that animals like are in society right now. And then sometimes what they would give their answer, and then you'd say, okay, well, why not lower? Like if they say 5, okay, why not a 0? You know what I mean? But then after that, what could sometimes be helpful is to just give your position and then pivot off your position into asking them stories. So like, not like, well, I disagree with that because I think animals are sentient individuals who have interests and blah, 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 right? But saying something like, yeah, okay, so you're like an 8 then after that? Like, okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll just tell you, I personally am a 10 on this scale. And I think that because like X, Y, Z, da, 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 da. And so you get to get your position out, but it's not in an argumentative frame. And then you just go, so yeah, so then I just wanted to like, just ask you, have you ever felt conflicted about this? Or do you have dogs at home or like whatever, something like that. And so like, you get your position out, but your position isn't an argument. You just say, I feel this way because I X, Y, Z, and then like move into just trying to do the deep canvassing. And I did find that to be helpful because a lot of people, when I did that, like no one really argued with it exactly, you know, because it was more like, it was kind of in the same way of telling the dog story. It's like, I just used a lot of I statements. Like, I think this, I noticed this, and I found out this, you know? So yeah, that, I think that can be a way to keep them from getting super defensive. But again, some of this is like weirder in outreach when you have someone up there because like,
yeah,
this isn't asking for a vote, and this isn't like a random person's house. This is someone who's like down to talk philosophically. So
the thing is that every single time when after I've asked them on the scale, and even before when I just tell them it's about veganism, they just jump right into it and like their objections. But I don't want that because I want them first to like watch the footage and then do the scale, and then like usually they just go into that, like, because I say, oh, I would love to hear more about that, because in the book, you know, I'm doing like the order of like he had a list in the book of how like the order of things and stuff, so I'm just putting that from that. And in the book he put like like the questions about their experiences first before our own. But I'm thinking it seems like it it doesn't work like that in the way I do it, because they just go into objections when I ask them about the scale, of course, because where else would you go, right? And so what I do is I just answer the objections like in the way we talked about how to do it, and then I ask them about like these specific questions of deep canvassing, and then if I have time, which is not good, I because usually I often I don't because I leave, but like I share my own personal experience and why I'm vegan and stuff like that. And I think it would be much better if after the objections, I just shared my personal experience. And then, like you said, led with like, because I shared my vulnerability. So I brought my vulnerability to the table. So they're safer to be vulnerable now because I've shared my own feelings kind of thing. And so that like, I think because if you're asking them to be vulnerable first, it's kind of messed up in some way. So it's good that in the book, he put it first.
That is a good point, actually. And that's kind of what I felt like definitely going to the houses and being like, so can you tell me a story? And it's like, dude, I didn't even know you were going to be here 5 minutes ago. I'm doing something in the house. Like, I just like answer, you know what I mean? So I do think there is something about like sharing your story first. Something you said whenever okay, so like ask me like you would ask them the scale. So I kind of know what you're saying to them.
So okay, so I'm going to ask you where you stand on the scale, just so that we're on the same page. When I mean veganism, I mean the stance against the use of other animals by humans. That can be experimentation or using honey, whatever. And so on this scale of 0 to 10, I show them the scale, and it says like strongly agree and strongly disagree, so that they know what the fuck is going on. Where do you stand on should humans go vegan? And then they explain, and then like they say their number, and then I said I would love to hear more about that, but often they just go anyways.
So okay, so this is what I would do then. So if they say like, if you ask them that and then they say like a 5, you know, on the scale, instead of saying like, oh, like tell me more about that, say why not a 0? So I ran into this as well. This was Natalie actually gave me this tip. So like some people I would notice would say like 8, so like a very strong agreement. And I was like, oh, okay, why 8? And then they would start saying, well, you know, because I don't want to, you know, have the workers lose their job. And I do think that some people need to eat meat, you know, stuff like that. And it was interesting because I wasn't saying like, it was truly a neutral question. Like, why 8? Explain 8. But what they were explaining is why they weren't a 10. So they were arguing, you know, against.
Defensively, yeah.
Right. So instead I just started like, why not a 0? And then people are like, well, of course, they're like animals. Like, that's not cool. Like, you know, they can experience pain and blah, blah, blah. And so like, that was a much better thing, is to get them to argue the other way. And so like, why not zero? Why not pure sociopath, basically, is what you're saying. And so that put them in a much better frame to me. So yeah, I think that might help.
Yeah, it's a really good idea, actually. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to see? Yes.
When you say about exploitation, you say experimentation, honey. Do you mention like food though? Do you like throw that in there?
I usually don't. Apart from like if I want to make sure, like if they bring it up, like I say, it's like a lot of people think it's just diet, but really it's about all these other things. I don't, because people know. Everybody knows, you know. But I want them to know that it can be about like also breast milk or things like that, like secretions or flesh.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I wonder if you asked up front if, you know, you said experimentation, honey, dog fighting, or even maybe to soften it, maybe that would be like a little too much right at the jump, but like SeaWorld. Because I feel like SeaWorld is one where a lot of people are kind of like, yeah, that's pretty messed up. You know what I mean? I feel like a lot of people kind of aren't super down with that.
Yes. I agree with that.
I would. My only thing would be is that like I feel like you want something in there where the animals are at least blatantly being killed, because I feel like that's something that people find harder to argue with.
Fish.
Like
I think fish is the best because it's like they are so underrepresented. You know what I mean? Like.
But I think so. I think I'm going the other way with it though. Like I think if you have so like I guess what I'm thinking is, I come in as a non-vegan, right? And you ask me, you're like, hey, what do you think about veganism? Like, and then you give me honey and experimentation. I think as a non-vegan, those are going to be like the two things that I care least about. Like, if you're like this, you know, this pig is put into a gas chamber, or, you know, this sometimes cows get skinned alive for leather, you know, I'm going to be like, what the fuck? But if you're like, yeah, we're taking the bees' honey from them and it's not our honey to take.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, okay, like that doesn't seem like a super pressing problem to me, you know, like, and then experimentation. I think that most people don't understand like, the extent of what happens during experimentation. And then they also are like, but there's no alternative. We're humans. We need the experimentation. And so like, while those are clearly like non-vegan and like human supremacist attitudes, like I can just see them as not detonating in the non-vegan's mind as like, oh shit, this is serious. It's like kind of the things that they are like to a non-vegan are the most corner case, the things that they would be moved by the least. And so like, I wonder if like having those there, but then also having an example that's more salient and punchy that like,
totally,
you know,
totally. Yep.
But I don't know what, if you're not going to do food, I mean, I think like,
no, you can, like, I think in that sense you should, but like just making sure there's a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, I agree. But I feel like it would be less of an issue in my case, because at that point I would have already shown them the footage, and in the footage there's the egg industry and there's like
this is post footage that you're asking them.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay.
No, but it still applies, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it still applies, so it would still be helpful to. No, I agree. Definitely.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to add on this?
I don't think so. I don't know. You mean like globally to the entire discussion, or?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Let me actually crack open the book, because there was a couple things that I like, but I think we already talked about them. Oh yeah, about the 10-point scale. We talked about that, and then I think a really good quote in here is, "All persuasion is self-persuasion. People change or refuse based on their own desires, motivations, and internal counter-arguing, like that guy was doing. And by focusing on these factors, an argument becomes more likely to change minds." I think that is like, by and large, like one of the like maybe the biggest point of the entire book. And in order to get people to argue against themselves, they have to be thinking about it. They have to actively be engaged in it, you know, which means lots of questions, lots of listening. And the thing about listening too, I think that's important here, is like, it's important to listen to build rapport. It's important to listen to understand them, but it's important to listen so that you can follow up with a question that keeps them thinking. You know what I mean? Like the question shouldn't just be a gotcha. The question shouldn't just be to keep the conversation going, like you're asking them something unrelated or whatever. Like the question needs to relate to exactly what they just said and cause them to go deeper in to whatever it is that they said. You know what I mean? Or that's the ideal question anyway. So like listening serves like 5 purposes at once. And so get good at listening and like understand what question you should ask in response to whatever they say. Yeah.
Totally. All right. So I guess if you have questions for Justin, especially, or me, whatever, like let us know in the chat. Yeah, it's pretty much all the things I wanted to cover. I think there was a lot. I took a lot of notes.
No, yeah, my book is all like, it's just like marked up all over the place. I got tons of like little markers in there and stuff. Is there something else I wanted to say? I feel like we covered like most of it.
Yeah, the importance, yeah, just the fact that we are not saying deep canvassing as is necessarily when it comes to veganism, but like deep canvassing aspects with accountability, because if you just do the deep canvassing, the danger is that there's no accountability whatsoever. So what do you think about
that? That's my intuition. I don't like to like leave it totally open at the end, but I think that you can split the difference there by doing the thing where you say, here's my position. My position is this because XYZ. And so like I think that doesn't break the deep canvassing model. And it doesn't fully say like, why are you not going vegan tomorrow? Or like, how would you feel? But I think it can be done in such a way that they essentially get it. So I would say if you want to like, if you really are like, I want to do it deep canvassing style, this is the method that was, proven, then I would say the accountability step, load it as a story where you basically just express your position. If you're not comfortable with that, then just hold them accountable at the end. I would say like kind of do what you feel is comfortable. Where you're comfortable.
Because I did that the first conversation, and like I felt like it was like, because it was such like a lot of I statements, it didn't land in the way that I would hope it would land, in the sense of like, well, it's my experience, it's my perspective, it's my choice, like it was very much like a very like, oh, it's a personal choice kind of thing. She really got it like that. She really took it like that. But like, I felt like it was my fault. I felt it was my fault because like I didn't have accountability questions, and now I do I implement things from the past that are really challenging, and it challenges the rapport as well. But it doesn't necessarily feel like it's doing something bad, because I can see it like turning in their head, like they're really thinking about it. Like, for example, like the comparison with slavery and stuff like that, or if it was you, like, but still questions and still taking rapport into consideration, very much so. But like there's like, I feel like when there's not that, it really feels like it doesn't land in the sense of like it's a practical thing that's really serious that you need to, like I'm telling you, this is like I'm communicating the wrongness in a way that deep canvassing can't really, because they don't, I don't know, like it just felt like it was it was so it was so embarrassing to watch, and it was a disaster to me. Like it was a disaster because in the sense, like it was great, it's just it lacked something.
I wonder if how hardcore were you with like the I statements? Like, were you like, oh, I saw this and I thought that animals shouldn't be used as objects because using individuals as objects is bad? Or were you like, I saw that there were obvious parallels to chattel slavery, and I saw a pig suffocating in a gas chamber,
like, or I saw is like an objective, like it's the reality. I just finally noticed. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I didn't do it like that. I did it in very much a way that was like the wrong way, which is like from my perspective, it really I saw them as, like, but it wasn't like, it was too subjective.
Oh, you're like, I saw them as individuals, not I saw that they were individuals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I see.
This is a very big, it doesn't seem like from the outside it's a big difference, but it's a huge difference.
Subtle linguistically, but like very consequential, like semantically, I would say.
Yes.
I guess
I'm writing it down.
I think that's a good a good observation, that like you frame it as like you saw something objective. You know what I mean? Not like you had a subjective like awakening. But I think too, if you're going to do the I statements and not the accountability, I think you can also ramp up what it is you saw. Like I think then you just like you go for broke with the analogies that might otherwise be hard to. Although I mean, you like basically like slavery is like baked into like all of yours basically, right? So like.
Well, not all of them, but like often, yeah. But if I said my personal story first and I said like I saw the parallels, that's such a good way of putting it. Thank you so much for that. Like it would explain when I bring up slavery, because the last time I brought up like the slavery questions, the guy like it was like really like without any preparation to that, and the guy was like, "Oh, you can't do this!" Like he got really triggered, and then when I explained why it's not offensive, he got it and he didn't push. But like if I'm preparing by explaining why I saw the like how I saw the parallels, it would very much help, I think.
I think too, like a good thing is like if you just say I saw the parallels, that also leaves it abstract. Like you could say, you know, I read this book called whatever. Like there's a book called Apostles of Disunion that I read. You know, I could say like, oh, I read this book Apostles of Disunion, and it was all about slavery. Specifically about like the justifications people gave for slavery and the counter arguments. And what I saw is that all the justifications for slavery were all the justifications that people give for enslaving animals. And so that really hit me hard, you know, and just realizing that it's so easy for us to repeat the mistakes of the past and just be totally blind to them. And I just didn't want to be blind to that anymore. And I didn't want to make those same mistakes, you know, like stuff like that. Like I think like giving a, like, cause what's that other book? Fucking The Dreaded Comparison.
Yeah,
that's a good one too.
Yeah.
A Dreaded Comparison is good. I would recommend it. I don't know if I'd recommend picking up Apostles of Disunion. It's interesting because Apostles of like The Dreaded Comparison is very like 50,000 foot view, kind of like commentary, and then like has some like pictures and images and a few passages. Apostles of Disunion is like the entire like chunk. It's like the entire you know, address given at some like super racist like convention or something, or like you know, whatever, like the Congressional House or something like that. And it's like, so you can like kind of read them in full in their original like context. And they're so bad, man. This book is like, I just have so many, I think I just have it on digital. I have so many parts marked on it. Just like going through, because I didn't want to like, I was trying to go through and do it like objectively. Like I didn't want someone just to tell me like, oh, you know, these were common arguments. Like they said, because God, or because USA better, or something like that. So I kind of wanted to read it through like in its original myself. And it was still so obvious, like so many parallels, even down to like the granularity.
One of the best comparisons,
yeah. But I think like it's like the happy slave, happy cow is pretty much.
Oh my
like,
God, yeah! I
like,
use that in my shorts all the time. I use like it's literally, it's so close, and it's like I use that in my shorts all the time, because literally like it's like it's like the words that are used are the same. It, like the welfare of the slaves, the abolitionists, the welfare. It's incredible. It's so powerful.
Yeah,
totally.
Yeah, there's there was one that I actually found interesting that like I was reading through it, and someone was making the case that the justification was like, well, yeah, in Europe the slave trade is terrible, but America, we treat our slaves better than anyone else. And so it's the same thing, like God. The same like my country does it better sort of justification.
This is why we need to vote on that book very soon, guys. It's part of the pool of books we need to really read, because it's very, very important. Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's funny. And I
mean,
it's
short,
not funny.
So
it's like it's a while, but
no, but it's just incredible. Like the more I look into it, the more crazy it becomes. Like it's like wow, and it's such a good thing for our movement to be able to draw these comparisons, especially when you're in the US, because I mean it's everywhere. People kind of understand it, but like it's just that here it's such a like a national shame thing.
Yeah,
it can be very helpful.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to do here. It's hard to, I will tell you, as a white guy in the South, it's hard to bring up that comparison.
I mean, the South, but like if you're, especially, I think the more progressive the place you are at, the better it's gonna go when it comes to that. I think because it's less identified.
I don't know actually, because the thing is the charge you get is that this is like racially insensitive to draw this comparison. Which I actually was going to do a video on that, actually, about why it's like not racially insensitive and like really like lay it out. But yeah, it's tough because like the optics, like, you know, obviously logical fallacies and all that, it's the message, not the messenger, but optics wise, you know, as we read in this book, right? Like we're not logic machines. And so like, yeah, obviously like a white guy delivering this message is going to
easier to dismiss.
Exactly.
But again, like the point of like explaining the why and how of the comparison instead of just throwing it in the face. So that like, but it's kind of tricky in a short conversation to do, of course. But
I think
like I explain, like in the conversation I had with the guy, he was a white guy, but whatever. But like he took it as it's an excuse when they do that, because like, I mean, if you really care, like I get it, but like if you just give it 2 seconds, you'll see that it's not like I'm obviously saying slavery is wrong, like it's not, you know, but like I explained to him like you know, like I'm not trying to bring certain humans down to the level of like indignity of these other animals. I'm trying to bring these animals up to the level of dignity of the humans, so that slavery does not happen, so that we're all free. And so like then it's like he has nothing to say with that kind of thing. But like you just have to have the opportunity to explain it, I guess.
Yes, something I do is whenever I've been like, I don't broach the topic as explicitly as you do. I kind of, again, like I let it be in some ways implied. But the thing that I say is like all throughout history, all over the world. You know what I mean? And so that way it doesn't make it quite as racialized, because like, you know, different groups have been enslaved. And so it doesn't like super hyper focus it on like chattel slavery in the southern US, you know, quite so much. Because it doesn't need to, right? Like this is the other thing, is that slavery all over the world, like always use the same justifications, no matter where you were, no matter what time it was. You know what I mean? The same justifications flowed from everywhere. And it's because human brains are the same. You know what I mean?
This is the way, honestly. This is such a good way to do that.
So I try to do that. And like I said, like I've talked, you know, to a pretty broad number of people. And it hasn't gone over terribly yet. Like I haven't had anyone like be like, what the fuck? But I mean, there's 2 reasons I think it goes over badly. One, just superficially, I can understand why it seems offensive, you know, with a quick, like just a 2-second look at it.
This is, I think, the first time I had that in real person, because I hadn't explained it before, so it makes sense.
Yeah. And so it's like that first like hit is like, ooh, like that feels offensive. So I get that. But I think the other thing is, and this is just something that you'll notice with debates in general, when someone hits you with a really good analogy, sometimes the analogy is too good. And I think the problem with analogies that are too strong is that it can almost shatter everything for them in that moment. And this is usually when people will say something like, that's just a hypothetical, or that's offensive. And because in this case, it's not just a hypothetical, they go with it's offensive. And that's a way to like run away from a particularly pressing hypothetical or a particularly pressing analogy, and try not to have to deal with it, you know, because like, if you accept that analogy, you're like, oh, like not only is this wrong, it's like so wrong that I should definitely not be fucking doing it. You know, it's like, there's a difference between just like, oh, veganism better than non-veganism, and veganism, like very obvious moral obligation, you know? And so like, I think people are at least willing to accept that veganism is better than non-veganism, but they don't want to accept the morally obligatory status of it, right?
And it can be helpful when you can tell that this is what's happening. When I see them, they're like super uncomfortable and like thinking through it, because they're like, oh fuck. And I can see the defensive-ness coming on too strong. I'm like, okay, I understand I'm putting you on the spot, all right? And I wasn't always vegan, so I understand this is a hard conversation to have, blah, blah, blah. And this can really calm it down, and them like really be like, okay, you know. All right, so we have some questions. Many view animal exploitation as a spectrum, seeing little difference between omnivores and vegans due to perceived cruelty in both. How can I better show them the gap between these diets is much larger? What do you think, Justin?
Many view animal exploitation as a spectrum. Okay, I mean, I guess that's true. You can exploit someone to a greater or lesser degree. Seeing little difference between omnivores and vegans. I don't know if I understand what the little
I think it's
difference is.
confusing exploitation with animal cruelty. It's not the same thing. Like omnivores, I mean non-vegans, you know, they see kill like the pesticides things as a vegan
Oh.
issue because they don't understand that like the veganism is about the use of other animals, like in terms of like using them as objects, resources, or slaves. It's not necessarily like killing them to protect our crops. That's not a vegan issue, even if it's an important issue. It would be nice
Yeah.
to not do that, you know.
Well, I guess
And
so.
so that's where the thing is.
I think it depends on what exactly, I guess, the person with the objection is objecting to. So if they are objecting to, if they think there's an equal amount of like use or exploitation, then I think it's very obvious that vegans
Yeah, that doesn't make sense though.
are not using like, yeah, like I don't know why they would think that. So clearly there's just like nothing there. I mean, obviously non-vegans are not using animals, or sorry, vegans are not using animals and non-vegans are. So I think from that perspective, I wouldn't totally understand it. Well, yeah, they said perceived cruelty. Okay, so like if you're talking about actual like harm done or suffering, then I mean, I think then we just basically have the looking at like thermodynamics and feed conversion ratios, so that essentially less animals, if they're concerned about the animals that are harmed in crop deaths, far fewer animals are going to be harmed living a vegan lifestyle than in a non-vegan lifestyle, largely because it's going to take anywhere from like, I think for every like 1 calorie of or every 10 calories of plants you put in, you get like 1 calorie of cow flesh out. Or for every maybe like 3 to 4 kilograms of plants you put in, you get 1 kilogram of animal out. So yeah, so from a use perspective, I don't think there's really, I mean, vegans, I mean, I'm sure at some point vegans.
It's a misunderstanding when they just don't.
Yeah. So yeah, it kind of depends on what exactly the person is caring about. If they're caring about use, if they're caring about cruelty and suffering. I think the argument falls flat in either dimension.
Maybe like sometimes, I mean, more rarely, because usually it's just crop deaths or pesticides, whatever. But then it's, I mean, you can just say like, well, that's not really what veganism is. It's not about like reducing suffering or reducing the amount of deaths, even if it does do that as a benefit. And that's the point. Like, we're not trying to eliminate suffering or reduce it, but like it has an added benefit of just like reducing crop deaths, for example, when it comes to crop deaths or pesticides, because like what you just said. So I say both. I mean, I usually, if I try to remember.
Yeah, there's another thing too, is that like you can kind of, again, like you can use the analogy of like slavery, where you can think, okay, imagine if imagine if you were enslaving, you know, we have slavery, we're enslaving people, we have this entire mentality that certain humans are ours to use, right? And then some people stop using humans, but there's still some crop deaths. Some of the people who work the fields voluntarily die, right? The question is, does that person going to view those two deaths similarly? Are they going to view those two societies similarly? And not just in any given moment, but also as a factor of like time. So like, even if you think like, even if somehow it was the case that you felt that the voluntary workers were getting hurt more often, right? Whenever there was the initial transition, even if you felt like that was what you cared about, you care about hurt, not about the way that we conceptualize human beings. Do you think over like the next 100 or 200 years, like which of these worlds is going to look worse? Like, are they going to solve the problem of workers getting injured where they're not viewing people as things? You know, is that going to happen? Or are they going to?
Vegans are not going to make that issue better just as a result of caring, you know, like, you know.
Yeah,
like
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too.
Not, it's exactly that. It's a great example, because it's like, we're not saying that it doesn't matter that these workers have accidents. Like, it's like in the construction industry, it's not like a slavery issue, you know, using, like, it's not a human trafficking or slavery issue that these humans are dying in accidents during their job, you know, because of the dangers of construction. It's not that an issue of that, but it's still an issue. It's still a freaking issue that we need to, you know, like make it happen less often. We're not saying that it's not important. It's just saying that it's not the same thing. But also, how are we going to actually reduce these things if we don't even care about enslaving, like the fact that these people are enslaved in the first place? You know, like, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, the way that animals are living, or the way that any sentient individual is living in our mind, is going to be much more important than any like hyper granularized like moment in time, right? We want to have a durable psychology, a durable ethical psychology that is going to like flow out into the future to create a more ethical future. Like if we don't have that mindset, then like we're constantly going to be fucking up in one way or another. So the mindset change is just itself a very important change. Totally
it's the root issue.
yeah, totally
Right.
absent any specific logistical issue at any like given time. Yeah.
All right. So I think there was the repeated comment. Okay, let's see if there's other questions. I can't really see. I don't. Okay, I see just one. This is the last one we're gonna answer. The U.S. ruling class, the imperialist hegemon, is escalating to nuclear war. How can we ensure the survival of vegans after a nuclear holocaust? Do you want to answer, Justin?
I don't know. I guess just make sure the nukes only hit non-vegans. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. Is this a joke question? I guess. Or
I think it's a troll question.
Okay. All right.
So it's pretty much. Yeah, never mind. All right. So, okay. Well, let me know if you have anything else you'd like to say, Justin.
I don't know. I feel like we covered it all pretty well. That's a pretty good summary of the book. I mean, we didn't cover street epistemology, which I think is street epistemology is good for addressing like the more like health questions or environmental questions. You can use street epistemology for that. Street epistemology is less about feelings, like how you feel about a subject, and more about like how do you come to know like an empirical fact. And so like I think that can be a good one for like all these sort of like carnivore myths that people have, you know. So you can kind of lead people down like, well, how did you come to think that? Like when people are like seed oils are cancer for you.
When they're like they're not trusting what you're giving them science-wise.
You can
but I don't like and he talked about like how in the book like if you're trying to change someone's mind, you should not use street epistemology because it's not the goal. You know, he says that in the book, and like it's not for our purpose, but like what you said, like if it's about a specific fact or like a specific it's not really to make people vegan.
It's probably the least applicable if trying to go vegan, but very applicable to very specific factual objections that like
like if you want to make if you want to make videos to debunk myths that can be helpful and stuff, but it's not
so it's like mostly going to relate to like I mean it's largely only going to relate to, I would say, any health or environmental claim. Maybe it could relate to slaughterhouses in some way, but I don't really see that. Also, almost no one really argues about slaughterhouses. Like the only thing I hear typically is I hear a ton of health stuff, and then I hear like one or two environmental things, which is like regenerative grazing is better for the environment. So that's about it. But that's the only thing in the book that I think that I don't think you got to it yet, to street epistemology. But that's
I haven't. I'm touching on it really briefly because of the fact that I don't think it's applicable what you said. So
But
anyways,
I think otherwise we covered all the important stuff in the book. Your stream was going a while. I was watching it. And you were like,
I'm going to be long. Like I'm not done. I'm halfway through.
I know you said you're on page 4 of 13, and I was like, damn, I got to get on there quick because otherwise it's going to be like bedtime before I jump on.
I know, but this is the kind of live stream that you listen in 10 times, like in 10 different chunks. Because like I just need to get through the book though. Like it's still important that I address this stuff, but it's gonna be very long. It's every 2 months, you know. Like this is the one live stream I do that's super long for every 2 months, I guess.
Oh, okay, I got you.
But thank you so much for coming on and talking with me about this. I thought that was very helpful. Everything we talked about. Go subscribe to him. Debug Your Brain. There's like a link in the description, and also it's in the title of the video. If you just click on that, and if you aren't already subscribed. All right. So I guess I'll see you another time. I'm going to continue on my notes.
All right. Have fun. Thanks for having me on. Bye, everyone.
Thanks. Bye. All right. So, okay, guys, I need to get some chocolate to sustain me. I'll be right back. I had a little bite. Thanks for being patient with me. Okay. So we were, before we talked to Justin, oh, by the way, I didn't mention it because it wasn't really relating to the conversation. But I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily agree with pro-animal futures strategy when it comes to the slaughterhousing, and I also don't really like what they think about like replacing the word vegan with like I don't remember what it was, but I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with it, but it's not the purpose of this conversation right now, so let's not get into that. Okay, so people need to know that there is a community outside of theirs that would welcome them into theirs, especially when they change their minds. That's why With a Free's insistence on community building makes a lot of sense, and why we should always leave people with a card with our contact info, as well as information about the local vegan community as that you have around you, that you might have founded, like I did. I mean, there were vegans around, but just it wasn't organized for a little bit since COVID. As well as a community online. The book really emphasizes truth is tribal, so really what your group says is true is what is true to you, kind of thing. So, because we're social species, so it really matters that we have community in the vegan movement. So what I do is I have literally I have 2 outreach events a month, usually because of the weather, it depends, and we have one monthly screening of Dominion that we are implementing. So it's like 3 activism, like outreach events, and we have 2 community events a month, like a coffee meetup and a potluck with games, like board games. And so that's what With a Free advises you to do, is just like they want half of the events ish to be social, and it's really crucial that we have those for this reason. And I'm not a social person. Like, you don't have to be a social person to organize these. It's a form of activism that's important as hell. So when people's strong beliefs are challenged, they go into fight or flight mode in the same way they would if they came across a bear. The defense, this is like a psychological, scientific observation that they made. The defense of the physical self extends to the psychological self. Once values, beliefs, or attitudes become part of the psychological self, they are given the same protections that the brain gives to the body. According to replicated studies, a group will form around anything. And then once there is an us and a them, we begin to hate them, so much so that we are willing to sacrifice the greater good of both groups. If it means even ours, if it means we can shift the balance to our group's favor. So they like, they've had these studies on if something will be good for 2 social groups, would be better for both of them, than it would be if we just chose something that's just better. Okay, let me just explain this better. Okay, there's 2 social groups. You are in this one. If a decision, there's 2 decisions. One of them would be giving a result that is the best for both groups, like we're just all winning basically. You will still choose the other decision that is basically it's just going to be better for my group, even if it's not going to be as good a result as it would have been if it was the result that was benefiting everybody the best. Like, people are like that, territorial, and it's really messed up, but apparently it's a thing. Okay, there's a quote. Quote, as social primates, we can't help but care a great deal about what others think about us. Humans aren't just social animals, we are ultra social animals. We are the kind of primate that survives by forming and maintaining groups. Much of our innate psychology is all about grouping up and then nurturing that group, working to curate cohesion. If the group survives, we survive. So a lot of our drives, our motivations, like shame, embarrassment, ostracism, and so on, have more to do with keeping the group strong than keeping any one member, including ourselves, healthy. In other words, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves and others for the group if it comes to that. End quote. And I've had a lot of reflection on this uh, in the last year, like just like how it's both a blessing and a curse, because you have groupthink on the other hand, which is one of the worst things when it comes to the human race. But you also, if you aren't a social animal, you have no real reason. Like you're not going to care about others anyway, so it's gonna be a mess anyway. So yeah, whatever. Um, it's called tribal psychology. Quote: social death is more frightening than physical death. End quote. Because it means physical death. Like evolutionarily, it meant physical death. If you were ostracized, it meant you were probably gonna die in the wild. Um, it's very important for us to show the vegan community as a community that people can come into and thrive in. But remembering that as activists, we need to be as loose with the community as our improvement as an activist needs us to be, so that we don't let the belonging to the like to the tribe or the community prevent us from getting better for the animal victims. Of course, as much as our own psychology will let us. So yes, it's great to get the support of other activists and stuff like that, but you have to be distanced to the degree that you can improve. And if that means turning against what they believe and they might be mad at you and they might hate you for it, you still have to be able to do that so that you can be as efficient as you can be for the animals. Um, it might never happen that you have to do that, but you have to be able to do that as an activist. Um, I guess it'd be foolish to work against the makeup of human beings, so we need to work with it or use it for the animals' benefit. Use community to keep vegans vegan, and give non-vegans a community where they can get a sense of belonging and be loyal to these ideas as tribal humans. And by what I mean with give non-vegans a community, it's like we're not pressuring them to go vegan in that group. That's the whole point. But we have to be open to non-vegans coming into the group in those events, but still pressuring them because that's the whole point of the group as well. In a smart way, pressuring them in a smart way, but like as pathetic as belonging and be loyal. No, what is it? No, I'm confused. Two lines. As pathetic as that sounds, it just makes sense to use this and not try to hopelessly ignore um, that makeup. It shouldn't be the case, but it is much easier to embrace veganism when you know you won't be alone if you do, and to stay vegan as well. Of course, making sure we don't look like a cult when doing that um, is important from the outside, that is. Just inviting them to vegan social events that are not activism, because you don't want non-vegans to come and do outreach. That makes no sense whatsoever. It's just social events, of course. Whenever an issue is framed as an us versus them issue, it will reinforce their fighting for their tribe, and then motivated reasoning will come in. Motivated reasoning is a cognitive and social response in which individuals, consciously or unconsciously, allow emotion loaded motivational biases to affect how new information is perceived. Yeah. The scientist Kahan thinks motivated reasoning is rational for social species. The average person will not be in a position where their stance on gun control or climate change will affect their daily lives. The only useful reason to have any belief on these issues and to argue about them is to convey group allegiance. If having alternative stances means potentially losing a job or friends, it's rational for them to avoid that, which is why the vegan movement will be in a hard spot until we get a certain percentage of the population vegan. The lesser the social consequence, the easier it will be, obviously. Of course, that's what we're trying to do, but it can be hopeful. Like it can bring you hope to realize that it will get easier to make vegans in time. Quote, when we sense a threat to our place within a trusted group, if we feel like we might be considered untrustworthy for changing our minds, we avoid it. End quote. For scientists, doctors, and academics, um, they aren't immune to this, but luckily in their tribes, in their social circles, openness to change and a willingness to question their beliefs and others' beliefs signals loyalty to their group. So basically, the same thing in the vegan movement. We just need to nurture that culture of like what matters is what is effective for the animals, kind of thing, and to pursue that. It's not like a certain method, of course. Um, that we shouldn't just be loyal to a certain method just to be loyal to the group. That's stupid. But it to effectiveness as much as we have data to help us. Um, we need to be more like scientists in a quest to be as efficient as possible without it being antithetic to our belonging to this group. We don't only rely on our own experiences to maintain safety from being dangerously wrong and dangerously ignorant. We also rely on the people around us. Them refusing to change their minds is a bigger barrier for us to change than anything our dogma might demand. So basically, the people around the non vegans you're outreaching are going to probably be the thing that keeps them non vegan, even if they agree with you, which is why the community aspect is so freaking important. Mm, okay, another quote. Quote, throughout the 2000s, research into what psychologists call identity maintenance found that reputation management is the glue that binds us to our peer groups. When we feel as though accepting certain facts could damage our reputation, could get us ostracized or excommunicated, we become highly resistant to updating our priors. But the threat to our reputation can be lessened, either by affirming a separate group identity or reminding ourselves of our deepest values. End quote. This is how people go vegan. They either they just like, oh, well, I'm a vegan now, so I belong to the vegan community, or like what matters is my deepest values. So this is what we're trying to do, right? With non-vegans, both at once. Quote, if we feel we are falling short of our values, if we are not good people by whatever standards we consider important, we become motivated to signal otherwise by publicly endorsing beliefs that will reingratiate us to our peers. But if we feel affirmed, accepting challenging evidence or considering new perspectives poses less of a threat. Uh, and that affirmation grows stronger if we're reminded that we belong to several tribes and can rush to the safety of more amenable groups when the ones that judge us the harshest begin to feel less overwhelming. If people recall that they already live by their core values in some way across groups, self affirmation puts the onus on our peers to live up to them as well. If we realize our groups fall short of those values, like Megan and Charlie had, these are the people from Westboro that left Westboro, we can feel justified in leaving. We can feel safe to change our minds. End quote. So yeah, um, this reminds me of ex-vegans because like they obviously like um the non-vegans around them make them feel like they like you know they will be um but basically they're both in the vegan community, and especially if you have a partner that's non-vegan, it's kind of like a recipe for disaster in the sense that you're more likely to go ex-vegan because of the peer pressure, and also because you have like an excuse to do something that's easier, than going against the grain or whatever. Quote, even people trapped inside tribe psychology can be persuaded to change their minds, end quote. So that's hopeful. Remember that in psychology, assimilation is when people interpret new experiences in terms of their existing understanding or schemas. Accommodation, again, is when people adjust their schemas to better incorporate new experiences. Quote, if the brain assumes the risks of being wrong outweigh any potential rewards for changing its mind, we favor assimilation over accommodation, and most of the time it serves us well. End quote. Because the truth is tribal, it helps a lot when doing activism to relate to the non vegan in any way possible, to make them see you as similar and as sharing things slash tribes slash social groups. That's why you probably will have better convos with hippies if you're a hippie, with athletes if you are one, etc. I personally like to dress casually, quite normal when I do outreach so that I can try to appeal to most people in that way. When this doesn't work, appeal to their deeper values, as psychologists suggest. Ask them why they joined the groups they did, and discover their motivations. Quote, that's the only way into the brain through the heart, end quote. And there's this other quote by David Hume, reason is a slave of the emotions, end quote. Yeah. Okay, so confirmation bias, people's tendency to process information by looking for or interpreting information that is consistent with their existing beliefs. And it's said to be our most fundamental cognitive disposition. Mid 100 for. Okay. Quote, when motivated to find a reason for a hunch, we tend to search for evidence to confirm it. And when we believe we've found that confirmation, we stop looking. End quote. Yes. Quote, on motivated reasoning. Um, the research on this is clear. The more intelligent you are and the more educated, the more data at your disposal, the better you become at rationalizing and justifying your existing beliefs and attitudes, regardless of their accuracy or harmfulness. Basically, when motivated to find supporting evidence, that's all we look for. When we desire to find a reason for A over B, we find it. End quote. This explains a lot of like the intellectual dishonesty of very intelligent people. Like what's his name again? I don't remember the guy like who made this whole thing about like plants feel pain and the crop death stuff, whatever. The astrophysicist, I don't remember his name, but you know what I'm talking about. Um, it's not like being dumb, it's just intellectual dishonesty because of motivated reasoning. Okay. Quote, in an information exchange, epistemic vigilance helps protect individuals from updating too hastily. Without the order afforded by rough consensus, social situations would become unnavigable, and the behaviors that usually put food in your belly and keep your blood in your body might fail in both regards. By avoiding bad information, even from people you typically trust, brains and groups maintain their vital cohesion. End quote. Quote, sorry, there's many quotes, but they're important. Some completely accurate and extremely useful new ideas, discoveries, and innovations seem too good to be true, or sometimes too challenging or socially costly. Berries that look poisonous but aren't could be overlooked. A taboo new way to make fire could remain the innovation of a single individual. If a promising change to belief, behavior, or attitude was too much of an outlier, epistemic vigilance might incorrectly tag it as suspicious. Should too many people tag it that way, good information that could benefit the group would fail to spread. end quote, which is literally what's happening when it comes to, yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, thank you. When it comes to veganism. Let me blow my nose real quick. Cool. Okay. I'm kind of trying to be more concise. I tried to take the notes I needed to take, but it was very hard to select. I'm really not good at being concise. I'm sorry, but like this is like a workshop or something. I don't know, not a workshop, but like a just it's gonna be a course on this book. I don't know, but very long. Anyways, cognitive psychologist Hugo Mercier said, quote, psychologically speaking, reasoning ain't logic. Reasoning is coming up with arguments, plausible justifications for what you think, feel, and believe. And plausible means that which you intuit your trusted peers will accept as reasonable. End quote. It's not necessarily about logically sound arguments. That would be a different thing. um, basically, motivated reasoning, like it's a very much a huge part of the human psyche, like the way we function. Motivated reasoning. When reasoning alone, our reasoning mechanism only looks for reasons why we're right, and it doesn't really care whether the reasons are good or not. Quote, with no one to tell you that there are other points of view to consider, no one to poke holes in your theories, reveal a weakness in your reasoning, produce counter arguments, reveal potential harm, or threaten sanction for violating a norm. You will spin in an epistemic hamster wheel. In short, when you argue with yourself, you win. Obviously. End quote. So basically, the function of reasoning evolutionarily is to argue your case in a group setting. Quote, we are social animals first and individual reasoners second. End quote. Confirmation bias was very useful to our survival in a group. No, but this is kind of comforting, honestly, to learn about that. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like, oh my god, we're doomed because it's like our species is so, it's, you know what I mean. But like, it helps to understand why we're like this, and we just have to work with our psychology, not against it. Quote, as part of a group that can communicate, every perspective has value, even if it is wrong. So it's best that you produce arguments that don't run counter to your point of view. And since the effort is best saved for group evaluation, you become free to make snap judgments and quick decisions based on good enough justifications. If others produce counter arguments, you can then refine your thinking and update your priors. If quote, if you think of it as something that serves individual purposes, it looks like a really flawed mechanism. If you think of it as something built for argumentation, it all makes sense, said Mercier. End quote. Another quote, with a shared goal in an atmosphere of trust, arguing eventually leads to the truth. End quote. Dozens of studies where group reasoning arrives at the correct answer in situations where individual reasoning fails. So that's pretty interesting. Mercier says that if people couldn't change their minds, there wouldn't be any reason for people bringing arguments forward. If everyone had become deaf, language would fade out very soon because no one would be able to hear it. If it didn't work at all, changing people's minds, argumentation would not have been carried on to this day evolutionarily. So I'm looking for something. Okay, quote, why does social media feel like soul poison? Mercier and Stafford both told me that the main reason is that it is much more important to reason in the proper context than it is to be a good reasoner. Arguing online can seem like deliberation, but if people are insulated from essential group dynamics, from outside perspectives, then individuals will essentially argue with themselves. If we do debate, we tend to fall prey to what legal scholar Cass Sunstein calls the law of group polarization, which says that groups who form because of shared attitudes tend to become more adamant and polarized over time. This is because when we wish to see ourselves as centrists but learn that others in our group take a much more extreme position, we realize that to take the middle position, we must shift our attitude in the direction of the extreme. In response, people who wish to take extreme positions must shift further in that direction to distance themselves from the center. This comparison to others' feedback loop causes the group as a whole to become more polarized over time. And as consensus builds, individuals become less likely to contradict it. End quote. Quote, Mercier and Sperber say that deliberative democracy is not in peril. It's only when we leave the context in which arguing evolved that problems emerge. They point not only to the abolition of slavery, the result of intensive legislative argumentation, but also to the research of political scientists like Robert Luskin and James Fishkin, who studied the town hall meetings of Catholics and Protestants following bombings by the Irish Republican Army in Northern Ireland. They found that people there readily updated their views and corrected their misconceptions about the most polarized topics in their community during a time of high anxiety and intense outrage. And quote. So yeah, basically the comment section is not like where you should be doing most of your activism necessarily because of these reasons. Um, it's really face to face that's much better, but in terms of the algorithm, it's kind of important, honestly, just to push it to more people. Okay, the elaboration likelihood model ELM is a theory that explains how people process information and how those processes influence their attitudes and behavior. The model was developed in the early 1980s by Richard E. Petty and John T. Cacioppo. It's a dual process model that focuses on persuasion and suggests that there are two ways people can process persuasive messages. There's the central route, which is a systematic process that involves critically analyzing this message's logical merits, and the peripheral route, a heuristic process that involves evaluating messages when people are unmotivated or can't analyze the message's logic. Okay, I know this is a lot of gibberish, but whatever. We're going to explain this. Um, Quote, if we are trying to change attitudes about complex fact based issues like immigration or healthcare or nuclear power, we need to know our audience. What motivates them? Are they knowledgeable? Are they distracted in some way? For facts to work, we need to move them onto the central route and keep them there. If we know they are already motivated and knowledgeable about the topic, most of the work is done for us. If not, facts must be delivered by a trusted source in a setting where people are amenable to learning new information. Petty says, like he's one of the psychologists, quote, the message can't seem threatening to a person's group identity or the central route will remain barricaded. Yeah, basically, like a lot of people also, I just wanted to make a note of that. A lot of people use celebrity quotes and stuff. The problem is that you shouldn't really trust them because they always go ex-vegan and they often don't understand veganism, and then it's like it backfires because when they go extreme, like everybody's like, oh fuck, like, and you know, it just makes us look stupid. So let's not rely on them, please. um, yeah, guys, my life is getting too long. I think I'm going to have a second live stream on this book. Because no one is going to make it past this. Honestly, it's almost 5 hours, and my brain is shot. Um, so what I'm going to do is, I should have done that earlier, but and I'm okay. In the next book, I really will be much more concise. I'm going to make a second live stream, a second part to this live stream, and I will, in that second part, and between now and then, I will make it concise, more concise. My notes. I'm sorry, it's just like everything felt so important. So I will be more concise. But right now we're going to go. Okay, let me just write down where I'm stopping to make sure. I'll finish this live stream in like a week. And we'll finish the book like that, because this, I can't do it. It's too much, and you guys probably can't either. It's too long and too annoying. Okay, so we are going to vote on the next stuff, on the next book and the next medium. Yeah, I need to work on my concisiveness or whatever it's called. So I'm going to show you what I have. Oh my god. Is this the second one? Animals are here with us. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Wow. You're so generous. Very much appreciate it. That means so much to me. Thank you so much. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, guys. Can you see this? So let me fix this. Can you see the different books? It is time to vote. Let's do it. So I don't know if you see, but we're going to do it this way. Okay. I know it's a lot of different books. Next time, I will also be more concise in the choices that are available, because I know it's overwhelming. But honestly, the ones that I think we should be reading, to be honest, are these. I think. Can you see? No, I can't. I think these are the ones we should be reading, because they are about persuasion again. And honestly, this is my choice for this book, like the next book, Club Life. Never split the difference, negotiating as if your life depended on it. A former FBI top hostage negotiator's field-tested tools for talking anyone into or out of just about anything. Basically, yeah, hostage negotiator. I think it is an incredible selection that I think we should read that. But either way, let me know. So we have this. And if you want to see the different books, just go to the time in the video where I already shared it. Okay. So I'm sharing this again, and make sure to pause the video so you can read everything and choose. So we already read this one, and this is the rest of it. Feel free to pause and let's vote. Everybody, what book would you like us to read? It's voting time. I vote for the splitting the difference one. Okay, vote in the chat, guys. And if no one votes, then I'll choose the book I want. Which book would you like? And this will be the book that we read for the next 2 months. And you don't have to get it. You don't have to buy it. You can still vote, of course. I'm giving you 2 more minutes. Time to vote in the chat. Why is no one voting? There's like 7 people here. Maybe there's too many options and it's overwhelming. It's very possible. Yeah, that's my fault. You don't think I need to make it more concise, Elliot? Because it's very long. But yeah, doing the live streaming part's definitely a good idea. Yeah, I agree. But I do think that there are things I'm repeating, and it's also because I'm taking notes, obviously, as I'm reading the book. And so I don't really, I don't know. I think I could be more concise, but I appreciate you letting me know. Because this is comforting as well. Okay, so no one has any preferred books? I know it's a lot of books, but my favorites, I think the ones that would be the most important to read right now is the Splitting the Difference one that I just showed you earlier, and the dreaded comparison about the human versus animal slavery. That's what I think. The one on the right is my choice. Okay, guys. Well, if you're not voting, I'm just gonna choose the one I want. Okay, wait. I don't know. Okay. Do I want Never Split It? I don't know, because the one that I think is really important as well is this one. I kind of want to use both, but okay, guys. Since you're not voting, maybe you want to vote between 2 books that are my favorites. So it's basically the one on the right of the screen right there, Never Split the Difference, or the human slavery book comparison thing, which is this, and it's incredible. I read half of it. This one is short as hell. I don't know how short Never Split the Difference is, though. Yeah, it's a very tough choice. I understand. I completely agree. I've been wanting to read this with you guys for a long time, but it's 24 David Nybert. Let me see. So, guys, remember, it's 2 options. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen again. Hold on. 24. Yes. I don't know what you said, but this is 24. Yes, David Nybert. So, guys, this or the book about the hostage negotiator that we can use for outreach. Someone told me that it was a great book and it was very applicable to outreach. So honestly, I'm leaning towards the Never Split the Difference one. I don't know. I want both. Let's see how long the Never Split the Difference is. Because we might be able to do both. I mean, oh, 200 pages. Yeah, that is a big book. This is hard. I know everybody's struggling so hard with this choice. It's so funny. I mean, guys, we can do both. Like this one, like let's do both because maybe this is a sign because we can't choose. And this is freaking tiny. This is tiny. It's not gonna take no time. We should do both. But if we do both, we can't really do another medium because it's gonna be too much. Is that okay with everybody that we do like this little book and split the difference one, but we don't do like another medium, like a song or a movie? Yeah. Okay. Well. All right. Let's do that. We do both. Great. I'm so excited. Oh, I've been. This is what I wanted. I wanted both, but I didn't know it was possible. You want split the difference? Yeah, we'll do both, Elliot. That way everybody's getting the thing. And it's tiny, so that should be fine. All right, guys. Great. I'm gonna end the live. I just want to say, if you'd like to support my activism and have exclusive content as well, access it. There's a link in my description, either to Patreon or Buy Me a Coffee. It's the same thing. Basically, there's memberships for both. It's just that Buy Me a Coffee is kind of like YouTube. You can just give one-time donations if you'd like. And Buy Me a Coffee is best for me in terms of membership because they take less of a percentage, but it doesn't really matter, whatever you'd like. And I want to thank my patrons real quick. Um, if I can find the thing. Yeah. And I will have a second part of this live stream, and it will be a concise live stream, okay? I am aware that I'm not good at this, being concise, but that's okay. I'll get better. Where did I write this? Yeah, so thank you to Nick, Hannah, Backle, Mike, Ian, Zen, and Oliver for being members. And thank you so much for like the super chats right now. That really does help me out a lot. I very much appreciate you guys. Sprinkle and Animals Are Here With Us, Not For Us. Animals Are Here With Us, Not For Us. You gave me $40, like so generous. Well, thank you so much, Elliot, for coming here. And yeah, have a great rest of your day or night, guys. Very much appreciate you taking the time to learn with me. And I'll see you in the next live stream. Please go vegan, get active for the animals, and learn about veganism. And yeah, so see ya for the next part. Bye.